Testing. Testing. 1 2 1 2 test test. Is everything working? Are we live? Testing, testing, testing. Muted? He's late. He forgot about us. You are live? Can you guys hear me? We live? Hey, we can hear. Welcome in, welcome in. Hello, hello. Hello, funnelist. Hello, Potato King. Hello, Uncuribu. If I said that right. We are live? Yep, chairman. Hey, there we go. Delayed to watch the Face Connect concert, and a little bit of Lumi and Uruka yapping as well. Mercurius, thank you for the gifted membership. Welcome to Iffy. Hope you enjoy those emotes. You can hear that, you can hear that manly Australian voice. I'm glad to hear that. Yes, we hear Fall Guys. Yes, D suffers. It'll make sense by the end of the stream. Dopamine hit. Everything's working. Hey, there we go. Clocking in. Yeah. This has been, I kind of whipped this together a little quickly compared to some of the other streams that I've done recently, but yeah, no. So for those who aren't aware, our favorite Vice journalist is back on the prowl, and he's recently put out an article that I think is quite worth taking a look at. Not for the sake of, well, novelty, but more because there have been a few patches, few updates to the strategy that I think are worth pointing out. Zodic-kun, thank you for the thank you for being a Footstool for 5 months. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning to you too. Funless, thank you for being a Footstool for 11 months. One more month to our anniversary. I look forward to it. Chronometry, thank you for becoming a Footstool. Welcome to the club. I hope you enjoy those emotes. So Jack528, thank you for being a Footstool for 2 months. And thank you for sticking around for that long. Journalist article. Yes, Doc Glock. When I say it, I do say it with full with full irony. Can't sleep, way too hot here. The stream is perfect timing. I'm glad to hear it. Even though I'm sorry to hear that it's uncomfortable for you where you are temperature-wise. Hello, Senor Tortillas. Hello. That one, I will be clamping down since I... I would appreciate if you did that, Kyotsuyo. We don't want YouTube to bonk you. Hello, Ayane. Hello. Brother, yeah. Yeah. Okay, thank you for the 5. Anna's back on the prowl looking for people to devour. Yeah. Master Red, thank you for the 5. So I'm the one who wanted a face stream for the anniversary, therefore this is all my fault. I'd like to extend my apologies, so sorry, Chairman. No problem, no problem. Well, I mean, it is kind of... It's cosmically appropriate, I suppose, that on the day of the Phase Origins anniversary, I'm going to be mounting a, let's say, a preemptive strike against those who might seek to libel the company or the talents within. A concert by Sylvia had a bunch of indies in it, like, oh yeah, I saw. It's absolutely tainted, yeah. I'm looking forward to, after I finish stream, just getting to go back on YouTube and catch up with the stuff that I missed over the course of the next few hours. But yeah, for those who don't know, Phase's anniversary, feel free to go onto Twitter, enjoy all of the artwork and all of the anniversary posts that people are making about it. And yeah, it's a nice milestone to celebrate. 4 fucking years. That is a long time. Hi, not a skip week. Oh yeah, no, well, initially I was thinking about whether I wanted to do a a Twitter announcement for this stream, but I figured that since this was happening on the same day as FaZe's anniversary, I'd rather people who are, you know, looking at that kind of stuff anyways not have to look at this as well unless they go out of their way to find it, or if it just comes up on their recommended. Because I don't really want this to be associated with the FaZe anniversary. I'd much rather the two be separate things. FaZeCon is a thing now? Oh yeah, I saw. Now, are we sure it's an actual convention, not like a concert or something like that? Random Who Games, thank you for being a Footstool for 3 months. Just attended the worst funeral in human history. In what way? In what way? Because that does sound quite daunting a prospect. Did Tema confirm I haven't watched the clips yet? I haven't either, so I couldn't confirm. Twitter? Well, let me get my hazmat suit on first. Understandable. Just popping in to say hi from Offkai. Gonna listen to the VOD on my flight home. Hey! I hope you enjoyed Offkai, Hypershota. Not the entire... No, the entire booth got stolen. Yeah, no, I saw that. People who are here will almost always know what they're in for, surely. I would hope so. But yes, it's going to be a convention. Oh, okay. That's exciting. I'm interested to see how that one pans out. A lot of FaZe fans, myself included, have been kind of debating internally as to how a FaZe Connect convention would look. So I'm glad we finally get to see that in action. The minister talked shit about The Departed for 10 minutes. Okay, that is that is certainly that is a decision to make when you're hosting a funeral service. That is very strange. I hope it's not in California or Canada. Yeah, I mean, well, after this year, I'm not certain having the convention in California is, well, California is probably not the safest place to have a convention. I'm not too certain about that, but it's certainly giving off that impression based on recent events. It'll be like DashCon. Let's hope not. Truly one of the funerals of all time. FaZeCon sponsored by insert random Canadian chains. I'm happy for them. It's probably in Canada. Yeah, I could see it being in Canada, mostly because it's probably convenient to ship merch from the warehouse, I'd assume. What do you think of what Twisty Delulu said? Oh, that's something I'm going to be saving for a future stream when everything's been properly tied up by Niji themselves, but yeah, it's... How do I say this? The main thing that sticks out to me from that stream is just, and again, this is because of the way that I've been looking at the entire situation, is how badly the company fucked up by not doing something sooner. Because the problem is, eventually, you could hear through that stream that this was a person who felt like they had nothing left to lose. So, if you can find a talent to staying in your company, but you don't do anything about them, with them, to help them, whatever, eventually you're going to put them in a place where they're going to feel, they're going to feel trapped, they're going to feel like they have no options left open to them, and then they're going to start blabbing. Which, again, how do I say this? You can only rely on a talent's feelings of being intimidated into silence for so long before they simply just explode. And the problem is, Niji let Twisty get to that point based off of what we saw. They had plenty of opportunities over the past 6 months to do something about the situation. Regardless of what that something was, they just didn't. So, Chronometry, thank you for the 20. First time catching you live, just wanted to say I appreciate your streams. Oh, thank you. That's very kind of you to say so. Thank you for your generosity. You heard about Niji JP being banned from a museum? Yeah, I don't know, because from what I've seen, and again, I haven't read into it very deeply, so I can't really give an interpretation of events that's that accurate. But from what I've seen, it's not as clear-cut as just Niji bad, because there does seem to be a bit of he said, she said involved in that as well. Yeah, Niji being this silent for this long is really concerning. It's not even the fact that they were silent publicly, because I can understand that. I can understand wanting to control the flow of information in terms of what makes it out into the public eye. It's the fact that it seems like they kept a clamp on the information that was released to the public, and they also did nothing internally. And the second part is the problem. The second part is way more of a problem than the first. So, yeah. Hi, Jimin. Hello, Adam. Hello. Welcome to the stream. Say this drink. They let the talents talk again over the museum stuff. Why do they do this? At this point, I'm convinced that it's something that they just do because they don't have a clearly defined company PR strategy. Yeah, she was put into a self-defense situation. I think that's not an unreasonable way of qualifying it. This was all preventable if they kept in touch. Not that and also if they simply followed up with Twisty, either in the form of... Okay, so I said this in a Twitter post when Rima made that... when Rima first announced on Twitter that, Niji had wiped Twisty off of their talent roster on their website, and that her channel had also been wiped. I made a Twitter post outlining that there were two ways that Niji could have handled this over the course of the last 6 months that would have allowed them to not come out unscathed, but definitely better than where they are now. The first choice, and again, this is purely from a perspective of here's how you control information without regarding ethics or anything along those lines. The first choice was they followed up with Twisty directly and figured out some way of ensuring that she would keep quiet about things while compensating her accordingly. Again, not ethical, but effective. And Niji has definitely done things in the past that, as a company, do not scream ethical conduct. So it wouldn't have even been too much of a deviation from how much they seem to handle things. The second approach would have been actively involving Twisty in whatever investigation they have going, if it is going, assuming it is going, and then figuring out some way of making a joint statement that could be delivered to the public with her. Which would have been, between the two, it is probably the more ethical approach. And again, it wouldn't have prevented all of the backlash and outcry, but it would have prevented the amount that they are receiving now, and they will end up receiving when they formally, presumably, terminate Twisty. Because now they've let it stew for so long that when it finally broke back into the public eye, it broke back into the public eye outside of their control as a company. Do you think Niji's just an unethical company, or are they really stupid? It's hard to tell, because the way that I try to encourage you guys to think about these corporations is they don't behave according to human values or human values, virtues, or motivations, right? They don't act out of things like vindictiveness per se, or compassion, or sympathy, or anything along those lines, right? Those are human motivations. Those are human qualities. Companies don't have those. Yes, the people in charge of those may possess those qualities, and sometimes in certain decisions or instances of communication, you can see that leak through. But generally speaking, if you're examining the behaviors of a company, the decisions of a company, you can't interpret it along those lines. The way that a company's decisions are best interpreted, at least in my opinion, is by viewing everything through the lens of self-interest mediated by or moderated by competence, right? So everything is driven out of a desire to protect the brand, grow the size of the company, increase revenue, profits, etc., etc., etc. And then how that ends up coming across to the public, how that ends up manifesting, is mostly gated by how good the company is at doing those things. The thing is with Niji, I don't think that they are... How do I say this? The fact that they are motivated by self-interest is not what sets them apart. It's the degree of incompetence that comes across in how they both try to manifest that self-interest in the form of generating revenue, extracting maximum value from the talents, etc., etc. But also the degree of incompetence in terms of their public messaging, which makes everything look worse as well. So... problem is we can't see what the motivation is. Do they really want the situation to quietly die down so the shareholders won't know? I mean, I would assume that's what they've been trying to do. The problem is they didn't they didn't account for the fact that you can only keep the lid on a malcontented talent for so long before they're going to end up bubbling over. Can't imagine Astra not getting constant grief. See, I did see a lot of people speculating that they were taking, you know, quote-unquote, taking Astra's side in all of this, and frankly, I don't really agree with that, because yes, he hasn't been wiped off of their roster, and his channel is still up. If I remember correctly, the waiting room for the cooking stream is still up. But he hasn't been allowed to say anything or do anything since he was stealth suspended. So, instead, I think it's very much just a case of Niji banking, or, well, initially, them banking on people simply forgetting in the silence, and then not accounting for Twisty reaching the end of her patience, while also now having to adjust to the new context in which any sort of termination notice will have to be received in. Which is going to be difficult for Niji because of how large and bureaucratic they are. I would have thought they would have full-on dropped him. Seems easier that way. The thing is, they're in a lose-lose situation, because if they drop him immediately, even if they don't say anything, that is an admission of guilt. But if they keep him on, then that's not an admission of guilt, but it still gives people room to accuse them of being guilty of something, especially now that Twisty has released the information that she has. So, as a company, at least when the controversy was in its infancy, it made more sense for them PR-wise to simply not do anything and to use the independent investigation as a time-grabbing tactic. Because when you say, okay, there's an investigation ongoing, that buys you time where people are not going to be asking you, okay, what are you doing about it? Because people are going to be assuming, okay, it's under investigation. Problem is, you actually have to do something with that window of time that you buy yourself. Because if you don't, and the window closes, now you're fucked. Because you have nothing to show for it, and people are still, at the end of the day, going to come back and start asking the exact same questions all over again. And that's the problem. That's why, in past streams, I've talked about how a lot of companies tend to... where they tend to stumble is... they understand it's almost instinctive. Most companies have a very basic protocol where if there is a controversy taking place, they will instantly deploy a time buying measure. Something that will get the public off their back for a little bit. But then they don't follow up by making sure that they actually use that window to do something that can solve the PR problem permanently, or at least semi-permanently, mid to long term. And that's the position that Niji seems to have found themselves in.
They did buy the time. They bought 6 months with no further updates. And then all of the things with Twisty happened over the last, few weeks or so. And all of that 6-month build-up seems to have fallen apart. So, making sense PR-wise, does that really sound like something that Niji Sanji prioritizes? Perhaps not. They forgore. See, you say that as a joke, Sumo Knight, but when you look back at the behavior of some of these companies that have had these controversies, it is surprising how often that exact same pattern of decision-making takes place. Blade, thank you for the 20. Counter-argument, Niji has very little options with the Selen disaster, termination plus black screen. Trying to stealth terminate is a possible outcome, though it's more greed, favor, lack of common sense, weed out the weak. Yeah, that kind. I can see that happening, but at the same time, even in the cases where they have quote-unquote stealth terminated someone, or they are suspected of stealth terminating someone, they still release some form of notice to mark their departure. Nothing of the sort has come out with Twisty yet. Now, it is entirely possible that perhaps they have pivoted significantly to the point where they are going to be terminating talents without ever putting out a formal notice, or only putting one out way after the fact. But again, that would be breaking from convention and history, the precedents that they have set as a company. I hope Delulu is okay with the results. I think she is more than fine with what's going on, considering the fact that she's actively streaming, in spite of being recently, supposedly recently terminated. So, short-term PR solution, yeah. Well, I would hesitate to say that it's even a solution, right? It is purely just a way of buying yourself time. They are trying to Men in Black the situation again. It is very possible for them to do that. Memory holding things is not nearly as difficult as many people seem to think. If you simply wait and nobody talks about something, then it's very, very common that people just forget. Same thing with you choosing to rename something. You'd be surprised at how effective a tactic that is at getting people to stop thinking about something that happened in the past with a company. I'll wait for more AGP spurging. Yes. Didn't include her in the resale of Daynaught's debut merch? Yeah. Again, it's all but confirmed that she is going to be terminated, assuming she hasn't been already. It's just a matter of waiting to see how they handle that announcement publicly. Background activity is at least excusable. You have to convey that information. Yeah. A little like Idol did. Yeah. Now known as Chroma Shift. I touched on this before, but when it comes to acquisitions that don't pan out the way that Brave would prefer, they do have a very distinct strategy of handling it. Basically, step 1, restructure. They push out the old management structure of the company that they've acquired, and they essentially integrate, quote-unquote, the company that they've acquired with whatever management structures they already have going on. Usually that means having to share resources with at least one other agency, but in general, that's how it works. Then they release all of the talents who don't want to be part of the new iteration of the company, and that's an understandable decision, even if it causes a short-term drop in terms of how many people are under the umbrella. Because if the longer you keep a talent under your company when they don't want to be there, the more likely, exponentially, over time, it becomes that they will be a PR liability to your company. So it makes sense to sort of clean house, so to speak, by allowing anyone who wants to leave. And then after that stage is done, after the attachments to the way that the company used to be are gone, old management, talents who don't want to stay, then they go through a rebrand where they rename the company and then cross their fingers that it all works out from there. Also, while the rebrand from Idol to Chroma Shift didn't make a lot of a difference for the people who watch the talents, it probably does act as a sort of SEO barrier between people who are new to Idol and between the people who are new to Idol or investors that haven't been keeping up with what Idol was like prior to acquisition, and the various controversies that Idol went through prior to acquisition. Because I can imagine that if you are Brave and you acquired a company that had all of these controversies and had a whole wave of talents, including their biggest talent, leave almost immediately after the acquisition, you're probably quite incentivized to stop your investors from looking at the company too closely. Because upon close examination, it is really, really difficult to shake the idea that Brave simply didn't vet Idol before they went ahead with buying it. Because, and the same thing applies to Brosum as well, where if you actually look at the companies in the state that they were in prior to acquisition and the state that they have, the way that they have been treated by Brave after acquisition, it bears all of the hallmarks of a company whose CEO was very good at building it up to look like more than it actually was, and then Brave getting taken in, doing an acquisition that maybe didn't make as much sense in actuality as it might have on paper or optics wise, and then them scrambling to try and hide that fact after the acquisition has gone through and a little bit of time has passed. It took them 3 months to go through that whole restructure, release, rebrand process with Brosum. And I mean, with Idol, it's taken quite a bit longer before they've decided to hit the rebrand button. But time will tell, I suppose, how it ends up unfolding. Wasn't Idol a hot mess before Brave acquired it? Yep. They were in a state where they'd had a controversy of a talent allegedly having relations with a member of management. Again, this was according to Idol itself. They'd had problems paying their contractors in terms of contracted artists and stuff like that. A problem that got so bad, in fact, that they had to have their head talent, their biggest talent, come out and start doing PR control on Twitter in their stead. And they also were a company that was infamous for being completely unable, having not shipped a single bit of merch to their fans successfully. So, yeah, when you describe Idol as a hot mess prior to the acquisition, that is an accurate descriptor of what Idol was like. However, I can only imagine that Mr. Basin was an excellent salesman because, well, I mean, Brave went ahead and acquired it. So, even in spite of all of those controversies that you probably could have found out with even a cursory level of research. Not only a manager, one of the two founders? Yeah. This isn't helping the stereotype. Rerun, it was alleged? Yeah, it was alleged. Yeah, Rero as Kyoresu has refuted it. That is true. That's why I said alleged, and that's why I said according to the company, because that was what was said in the official statement that Idol put out, even if it has been refuted by Kyoresu herself, the talent themselves. So again, not exactly. Add on top of that, and this is more anecdotal evidence, we have had smatterings, little instances from the talents who have left. Some accounts outright, some considerably more indirect, that do suggest that it wasn't exactly run very competently either. So, again, in all considerable metrics, Idol probably would have failed if Brave didn't buy them. And even after buying them, I'm not certain that Brave is going to be putting in too many resources in terms of trying to turn the direction of the company around, but we will see. there was also a mini controversy with one of the towns that graduated right after the acquisition. Right the acquisition? You mean right after or right before? Curious, thank you for the gifted membership. Blast UCM, welcome to being Footstool. I hope you enjoy those emotes. Even Corpus Shunda was right. Yeah, it's a disputed claim though. It's a disputed claim. So, all right. I think. Hold on. Give me a second. I've yapped for like 30 minutes. All right. Let me move on to the slides. Okay, there we go. There we go. All right. Oh, Yuko Yurei? Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, that was... There have been rumors that apparently the decision to heavily lean into parasocial baiting, I suppose, is one way you can phrase it. The decision to do that was heavily incentivized or heavily encouraged by upper management and Idol. Again, these are just rumors, not anything, hard, documented, confirmed. But, yeah. Again, like I said, overall, not run very competently. In any case... Oh, where do I begin? Alright, as per usual, when I'm doing a stream of this nature, right? Few disclaimers. First, again, I'm going to be very critical of some of the people, entities, and or topics that are brought up over the course of this stream, so do not attempt to harass or contact any of the people or entities mentioned during the stream in any way, shape, or form. If I see anyone from this chat doing so, you will be banned with no appeal. Second, all text, videos, and images shown during the stream are included for the purposes of critique and or commentary and are thus protected under fair use. Third, all information/material shown over the course of this stream was posted and or addressed by the subjects of this stream on a public platform and or remains publicly available/traceable, hence their inclusion in this stream. Fourth, dates may be affected by time zones. I've tried to adjust for the difference between Australia time and US time, where most of these things happened, but I may be off by about a day or so when it comes to some of the dates I bring up. And finally, if there's something on screen that's a little tiny or a little small or hard to see, don't worry too much because chances are I will probably be reading out everything on screen anyways. And even if I don't, all of these slides that contain all of these images will be uploaded to my personal Patreon after the stream, link in description. You can join up, you don't even need to pay anything, just be a free member of the Patreon and you can access all of the slides from all of my streams. Blade, thank you for the 10. The Brave sounds like a Monopoly Corp, collecting and gathering, bad ones rebranding, expanding, extending, yet talents leaving due to moving. I need to stop rhyming like Eminem. Yeah, I think Monopoly Corp is a pretty accurate way of describing their business strategy. Now, I do want to make it very clear. They aren't gathering bad ones in the sense that they seem to be consciously going out of their way to do that. The overwhelming majority of their... Well, not the overwhelming majority, but the majority of their acquisitions have been quote-unquote good in the sense that they were already popular or successful prior to their acquisition. But for those reasons, it is very difficult to see what kind of support that Brave actually gives to the company that it acquires. Because if it acquires a company that was already doing fine before they bought it, you don't really get to see what exactly Brave can do in terms of providing some form of managerial resources or whatever. That is why, in the cases where they have acquired a company that wasn't doing too hot prior to the acquisition, that's where we have more of a chance to actually see the famous, or at this point infamous, Brave shared managerial resources. That's where we get to see what those actually look like. I still find it funny how there's two Pokemon character cards that regularly hand out in chat. Yeah. Won't contact that person because the brain damage is not worth it. Yes. Alright, so to give a little bit of a background on this topic, a little bit of a a little bit of a history lesson, a brief outline, brief setting up of a timeline as to how we got to this point. So, for those who may not remember, as a little bit of a reminder, we are going to be discussing yet again Anna Valens, the LewdTuber Vice journalist. And she first made her debut onto the VTubing scene on April 1st, 2025, when she published an article in Vice by the name of "These VTubers Want You in Their Lewd Game. You Might Want to Pass. LewdTuber Agency via Lure is set to bring on its Gen 2 talent. You could even be in a lewd video game, but you might not want to join." This was basically a hit piece, basically accusing via Lure of all sorts of things, including, but not limited to, transphobia, etc., etc. And essentially, when people started picking up on this article, everybody hated it, right? You had various different talents across all different parts of the industry, indie, ex-corpo, whatever, all coming forward to unilaterally declare that the VLU girls are nothing like what the article is trying to characterize them as. They have all been lovely. They've all been, brilliant members of the broad VTubing industry, the communities that they're involved in. And Anna was essentially lampooned out of continuing to mention VLure from this point onwards, from at least what we could see, and in the form of an article. Scarling McElroy, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new Footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. However, one of the first people to talk about this on April 3rd was Rima, who put out a tweet saying, quote, "The VLure hit piece made by Vice is utterly ridiculous. Not only does it contain more ads than a damn porn site, it almost made my phone crash, it's one of the most condescending pieces I've read in a while. I'm not sure who the intended audience is for this." That's going to become a bit of a recurring trend as we go on in this stream, but to go on. But it certainly isn't VTuber fans. If the intent was to convince anybody, it definitely had the opposite effect. The VLU girls are incredibly sweet and have been navigating this space drama-free until now, which we're all grateful for, unlike what the article wants you to believe. It's really sad and disappointing to see mainstream media try to tear down the hard work of these creators. I'll be talking about this in 30 minutes on stream, so make sure to tune in for this and some Niji Sanji updates. And on the same day as she put out this tweet, Rima would end up going live, multi-streaming to both Twitch and YouTube to talk about the hit piece, and lampoon it as it deserved. However, during this stream, on the Twitch side at least, Anna Valens chose to pop into it and start attempting to derail Rima's commentary. Okay, I can tell this is a thing. Give me 1 second. I'll hop on stream. Okay, I'm live. I'll be addressing anything else on stream. Hop in and watch. Okay, I'm taking questions now, for real. Hop in stream. Okay, for real, I'm actually addressing the controversy. Come in and see. I have questions on I'm for real this time. Etc, etc. And to this, Rima would then go onto Twitter after the stream ended to then make a follow-up post saying, quote, "The journalist in question stopped by my stream. Of course, I like to give everyone the benefit of the doubt, so I was willing to listen. However, she didn't clarify anything besides asking me to look at her Twitter as proof that she is a fan of Shibi, and then said, quote, 'Hold on, I'm hopping on to explain myself,' end quote. I thought she would talk on Discord, but instead she started her stream and proceeded to come back 3 times to ask me in my chat to watch it. Wild. I apologize for sidetracking the stream so much. We had other topics to cover, and a good chunk of it was spent waiting." So essentially what happened is, after the first time that Valens popped into Rima's stream, Rima did halt for a little bit, seeing if she was going to hop into the Discord or follow up in any way, and then when it became evident that wasn't happening, Rima moved on to the next topic, and then even throughout the time where she had moved on to the next topic was now talking about Niji Sanji, etc, etc, Anna would still keep hopping into the Twitch chat of Rima's stream, the Twitch side of Rima's stream, and continuing to try and direct the audience to go watch her stream instead. Kuno, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships with the 5 new footstools. Hope you enjoy those emotes. And Rima wasn't the only content creator, commentary creator to talk about this article, because on April 5th, Ilara would end up making a tweet discussing it as well. Quote, "I'm a little late to this, but today, as I was talking about the Vice article written on Allure, the writer of the piece came into my chat. The second I disagreed with how they went about writing this article, things took a turn. They went on to criticize Rima and to try to draw a correlation between her community, and some comments they received. I, for one, know Rima doesn't stand for any type of behavior like that in her community and has been outspoken before. On top of that, quote, I don't believe right-wing drama tubers belong in VTubing, end quote, is a wild statement. We may not all agree with each other's ideals, but a generalization like this is unfair. The whole point of conversation is to invite diverse ways of thinking into discussion." And you can see this post also included screenshots of Anna Valens popping up in Ilara's chat, basically accusing Rima of being transphobic and her audience of being transphobic, and Rima carrying water for quote-unquote right-wing streamers, etc, etc, etc. All of the usual ad hominems, with absolutely no acknowledgement of any of the critiques leveled by either Ilara or Rima regarding the way that the article was actually constructed. Nakirius, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Welcome to the 5 new footstools. Hope you enjoyed those emotes. And so, that was the end of the commentary tuber saga in terms of how this article was covered. But, yet again, these weren't the only people to talk about the article. On the same day, on April 5th, 2025, Kirsha would end up covering the article and discussing it as well in a stream of her own titled, What the Fox Doin'? She would then, 2 days later on her channel, release a edited down segment about an hour long of the section of her prior stream 2 days earlier where she discussed the article in depth and basically bemoaned how it was every single stereotype, very characteristic of the state of modern journalism, etc., etc. However, apparently, this was too much of a sin to bear, an attack on the ego that couldn't be tolerated, because 2 weeks later, on April 21st, Anna would release another article in Vice, this one titled, Why is this, quote, gamer subs VTuber pushing the great replacement theory? Meet Kirsha Verstal. One of her fans is a bona fide Nazi. And we covered this article on stream, but essentially a lot of it was attempting to represent Kirsha as some sort of right-wing extremist, someone who advocates for divisive rhetoric, someone who pushes great replacement theory, Nazi talking points, and with a little dash of guilt by association as well, because one of the people who had used her tags and who she had retweeted was taking a photo of her merch while in the background they had books relating to Nazi ideologies, etc, etc, etc. Now, Kirsha did end up addressing that particular retweet by saying, pointing out the obvious, which is when she retweeted that, she was retweeting it because of the merch in the foreground and not the books in the background. But at the same time, this was the first of multiple hit pieces that were now dedicated purely to Kirsha that Valens would end up writing and Vice would end up publishing. On May 8th, another round about 2 weeks later, a second article would drop discussing Kirsha and a little dash of throwing shade at Allure as well, titled VTubing has an elephant in the room. Bigotry. VTubing has a problem with right-wing harassment. Anna Valens shares her experience by Anna Valens. So this was where we reached the terminal autofillatory stage of the journalistic process, whereby Anna started citing her own experience as the basis for a later article, which would go back and then review her prior experiences after she wrote that prior article. And this was a this was infamous among people who actually tried to read it, because of the fact that the overwhelming majority of the quote-unquote sources that were cited in the article consisted of anonymous 4chan users and random Redditors. Now, granted, an article can be quite substantive even if all of its sources are anonymous. However, this was not really an example of that. It was quite a flimsy basis to sustain the implication, as the article attempted to project, that Kirsha was behind, that Kirsha and her fanbase were behind all of the foul comments, the horrid harassment received by Anna Valens. Ignoring, of course, the fact that Kirsha has a very strict policy against touching the poo, so to speak, or taking the topics discussed in her streams to other people's spaces. A policy that she enforces with utmost strictness by simply banning any offenders without hope of appeal. But in any case, you would think that after you get to this point, maybe the magazine would realize, okay, maybe releasing articles whose only sources are the journalists themselves and random people on the internet, anonymous accounts on the internet, especially in places like 4chan, maybe it's time to, dial it back a little bit. Pull the plug, maybe. But apparently not, because 4 days later, Vice would release yet another article, this time titled Waypoint stands with Anna Valens. It's time to definitively stand on business and say that what's happening to Waypoint's own Anna Valens is utterly unacceptable. By Dwayne Jenkins, an editor for Vice Waypoint. And one of the more interesting parts of the article, so basically what this was an editorial statement, a statement by the editor of the magazine that stood up in defense of Anna, stood up in defense of the things that she had been saying and publishing in the 2 prior articles that had been released by Vice, and basically saying that she's been attacked by all of these people for no reason whatsoever. And one of the ways that they try to characterize this is very neatly summed up in this paragraph close to the opening of the article, which says, quote, sorry, give me a second. My bullshit allergy is acting up. But to read it out, quote, for necessary full context, please read Anna's piece on the harrowing and continuing harassment she's been facing. She's much better at properly articulating the full scope of everything she's been through. But I'll sum it up. Anna is being attacked for simply asking questions about certain areas of the VTubing community, which she's an active part of. Now, that last little bit is going to be significant, because 2 days after this editorial statement was released on Vice, Kirsha would end up making a post on Twitter explaining that she had left Vice, or at least their office, with a little bit of a gift, a Google Docky, a cease and desist of sorts. Quote, hey at Vice, like some kinda secret middle of the night ballot drop, I left a little something for you. I made sure it's on par with your company's journalistic quality, so you'll take it seriously. Obligatory Google Docky meme insert here. And I'll just read out the end of the letter, because it sums up quite a few of the issues that were quite blatantly present in the way that Vice had essentially been enabling Anna's attempts to try and mount a smear campaign against a creator that earned her ire for simply making fun of and mocking her first hit piece on a company that did nothing wrong. Quote, just asking questions. Look, I read those articles pretty carefully. I don't see a lot of questions, mostly a lot of statements based on Reddit threads and other anonymous sources. This seems very targeted at me. And why? I am an anime fox girl VTuber. You're Vice. What the fuck? Also, this happened in the article. And then she quotes the little subheading, the subheading that preceded the final concluding segment of the article that stated, quote, the time for games is over, end quote. Is irony just totally dead? We are still talking about VTubing, right? Anyway, not to be all, quote-unquote, you started it, but you literally started it. There was no, quote-unquote, controversy. No one, apart from a few anonymous internet trolls Vice quotes in its articles, was butthurt about what I was doing or saying on my stream until you started writing articles calling me a Nazi. And now you're calling me a bully and saying it's time to start a war? This is 2018 style cancel culture all over again. Or is it VTubergate? Anyway, it's getting pretty tired. Someone says something you don't agree with, start saying they're controversial, name drop all the brands they work with, play the victim card, or rage tweet at them until their sponsors bail. This is the playbook used over and over again. Anyway, if we're just asking questions, I have one. How come, in the middle of all of this, Anna Valens is asking people to buy her gifts on Throne? Surely this isn't just a big branding opportunity for someone who wants to become the definitive VTuber journo, right? Right? I don't want to go to court over this, but if you keep calling me a Nazi and keep calling for my sponsors to drop me, what else am I supposed to do? Seriously, Vice, is this what you want? You want to be the PC police for VTubers? On your front page right now, you have articles about crazy horny mud truckers and how cool it is to be a goth in Ukraine right now. But my stream is too controversial? I'm asking nicely. Ooh-woo. Please take these articles down and stop pretending there's a controversy where there isn't. I promise if you do, I'll go back to streaming. And you can go back to reporting on the Berlin Sex Toy Expo, or whatever it is you do now. Love, Kirsha. And apparently, this letter would end up working, because not too long afterwards, all three of those prior articles, stemming all the way from the first, talking about great replacement theory, to Waypoint stands with Anna Valens, would end up being pulled from Vice's website. And Anna would take a short retreat on social medias about how she would no longer be writing about VTubers in Vice. Now, that doesn't last very long, but we'll get to that later. There was, however, one other thing that people were starting to notice upon scrutinizing some of these articles that were now taken down. Specifically, one of the more interesting observations made by people scrutinizing the articles, something that very well could have played a part in Vice's decision to cut their losses and retract these articles. On May 15th, 2025, Kuri Rinji, the man who runs VTuber Cringe, made a Twitter post commenting on the third article released by Vice, Waypoint Stands with Anna Valens, the editorial statement by Waypoint's editor. And he quoted this section of the article that states, quote, "Since then, Anna has received vitriol from nearly every corner of the internet. For the sake of everyone's sanity, I refuse to give those people power by explicitly naming them. Y'all won't be receiving that satisfaction here. Instead, I'm going to let everyone have a little sampler of what's been going on for the past week or so. I'm sorry for what I'm about to show y'all, but Anna's struggle must be shown in its totality." And what follows are three images, three screen caps that were included because they exhibited some of the things that Anna was up against. But in quite customary fashion for people who haven't kept track or don't really vet their own publications, there was one of these screenshots that went a little too far in its defense of Anna Valens. Because one of the screenshots that Kuri Rinji noticed was this one. Supposedly a hate comment from r/vor that stated, "You are a man, you cannot be a lesbian." Except, when you look at the screenshot a little bit closer, it was a comment that was taken 1 second prior to when it was screenshotted. Which is a little unusual. Now, I don't know how popular and active r/vor is, but this is now this is a pretty lightning fast reaction to receiving this notification. I'm not going to say that this was fabricated. I'm not going to say that this was maybe a false flag, so to speak. The call was coming from inside the house. But it does look a little suspicious. And so, by the end of all of these, you could probably see, given by the end of this entire saga, Kirsche had managed to gain essentially tens of thousands of dollars in free advertising because her fan base ended up going crazy over this and turning her into, I believe, one of the most super chatted streamers on YouTube for a little bit. But also, for Vice, all they had to show for it were 3 retracted articles and Anna with her tail between her legs for a little bit. However, like I alluded to before, this was not going to be the end of Anna's attempts, Anna's forays into writing about VTubing in Vice Waypoint, because not too long afterwards, even in the same month of May, she would go back to writing more articles about various different aspects of the VTubing industry. Quote, "Are more people becoming VTubers? Steam stats suggest so. Your friends might be next, May 26th. As well as, more people are searching up stuff about VTubers. That's good and bad. More people want to be VTubers. More people are also learning about VTubing's dark side. June 3rd. And she has continued to publish articles about VTubers since. However, sorry, flipped it ahead by accident there. However, this then brings us to the current article that we're going to be discussing. One which was written in response to a recent controversy that happened involving a quote-unquote counter-protester that showed up to the No Kings protest that recently happened in America. So, to give a little bit of background on the instigating event that gave rise to the article itself. Sorry, give me a second. Just check something. Alright. Hold on. Sorry, give me a second. Oh, okay. Here we go. Yes. Alright, so, on June 14th, a Twitter account by the name of Irons, or ROM Stuff, would make a tweet that stated, quote, "Going to be streaming the hashtag No Kings protest today, and counter-protesting these commies, be sure to tune in." Now, the No Kings protest, which is what ROM Stuff was alluding to, was essentially a protest that was, a pro-democracy protest that happened in America that was designed to object to government overreach, reject, to quote their own description of what the protest stood for, to demonstrate and reject corruption, authoritarian politics in the United States. And what would end up happening was over the course of this, over the course of Romstuff's attendance of this quote-unquote, in bid to do this counter protest, he would end up getting arrested. And about 3 days later, a news story would be published. Sorry, I forgot to put in the date here. 3 days later, a news story would be published onto a local news channel titled News Channel 5 that discussed this guy's arrest and went through a bunch of various different bits of information regarding his background, his social media posts, etc., etc. And one of the images that were included in the video... Sorry. Oh. I forgot to include it in the slides. Oh dear. Okay, that's a little bit of an oopsie on my part. However, it's over here somewhere. Let me find it. There we go. One of the images that were included in the article was this. A screen cap of an anti-democracy book and a gun laid on top of a sheet that had a picture of Pipkin Pippa printed on top of it. And as you can probably assume, when people saw this, well, Twitter proceeded to then erupt. And various Twitter users, Reddit users, Blue Sky users were not the only people to take note of what was going on, because Anna would then end up writing an entire article about it, which she would then publish on June 16th. The papers, yeah. Armchair slacked while doing his slides. I forgot, I passed over that one in particular. Yeah, the phase bros. An article that was titled, quote, "Your mom and dad now know what a VTuber is thanks to this arrest. Maybe, sorta." Now, there were a few things about the article that stood out to me when I first read it. And to preface, the initial discussion around this article was a little varied in terms of people's stances on what it actually was supposed to accomplish. Because you had some people who had read it and were saying that it was a defense of Pippa, right? And, basically an attempt to acknowledge what was going on, acknowledge the fact that the association between this counter-protester who had just been arrested and Pippa was something that was unwarranted, right? Basically an attempt to defend Pippa against that association. However, in my opinion, this was not an article that was aimed at doing that at all. Rather the opposite. This was an article that attempted to draw that association and to make that association more prominent than it was prior. And the reasons as to why I believe this start from just looking at the headline and the tagline. Now, the headline itself is nothing really exceptional, right? Your mom and dad now know what a VTuber is, thanks to this arrest, maybe sorta. Leaving aside the weirdly condescending tone of your mom and dad now know what a VTuber is, because, that makes it sound like the article is aimed at children, but we know that can't be the case, right? Because Anna is a writer who has built their entire brand on writing about their own fetishes, and Vice is a sex magazine. Well, basically a sex magazine. But then you get to the tagline. It's not Pipkin Pippa's fault. Now, there are two ways that you can go about trying to address and or push back against the assumption that the association between the gunman and Pippa has any actual substance to it. The first way that you can try to push back against it is by dismantling the association altogether, basically looking at this situation in its totality and identifying whether the association between the gunman and Pippa actually holds up given the full context of who he was as a person and the motivations, or lack thereof, behind his actions. The second approach, however, is accepting the implicit premise that there is an association between Pippa's content and the gunman's actions, that there is a degree of responsibility between, Pippa and this alleged fanatic who went about conducting himself in this manner, and instead simply asking people to overlook the association rather than trying to dismantle it. And when it comes to these two approaches, as we read through the article, one of the things that I want to encourage you guys to try and discern is which of these two approaches Anna seems to be going for. The article opens with the following two paragraphs, quote, before I reported on VTubing for Vice, I reported on it for the Mary Sue. One of my first VTuber shoutouts in the press was in an article about the coffin of Andy and Lele. Back in 2023, I gushed about my favorite Let's Play for the game, performed by a talented VTuber who turned me into a die-hard Nemle fan. Nemle is the dev behind Coffin of Andy and Lele. In my mind, Ashley Graves is synonymous with this VTuber's performance of her. If you want the Coffin of Andy and Lele voice acted, the best way to enjoy is through this VTuber's playthrough, and that links to Pippa's playthrough of Coffin of Andy and Lele. Whose voice acting skills did I fall in love with? A popular rabbit-themed VTuber named Pipkin Pippa. And now I've uttered the words Pipkin Pippa, I must state the magic spell that protects me from the internet. The following article, while reflecting facts reported by other news outlets, is based entirely on my own personal opinion as a VTuber and as a VTuber fan. So, this is one of the first ways that Anna attempts to essentially contextualize her own commentary about this situation, right? She essentially tries to project that she is a fan of Pipkin Pippa, right? That's the way that the article starts. Funny thing is, though, that initial claim that is supposed to validate that assumption, I reported on VTubing for the Mary Sue. One of my first VTuber shoutouts in the press was in an article about the coffin of Andy and Lele. Back in 2023, I gushed about my favorite Let's Play of the game, performed by a talented VTuber. And that is the link to the article that is supposedly, the article in which she gushes about how, enjoyable Pippa's playthrough of Andy and Lele was, and how much she loves VTubing, etc., etc., etc. The funny thing is, that's a fucking lie, because when you actually click on the link, it takes you to this article in the Mary Sue titled, Why Are So Many People Upset with the Coffin of Andy and Lele? And what is the extent of this quote-unquote gushing about the quote-unquote favorite Let's Play that occurs in this article? Right in the very first two paragraphs, where Valen states, quote, a few days before Halloween, I woke up and rolled out of bed and proceeded to skim a near 6-hour YouTube Let's Play of VTuber Pipkin Pippa voice acting a strange, viral horror game, The Coffin of Andy and Lele. No, not the type of horror game with jump scares and spooky frights. This one was far more disturbing in a psychological way. Unnerving, unsettling, and sometimes a little quirky. The Coffin of Andy and Lele is an indie sensation that took over X, over the past fall. Every other queer artist on my timeline was obsessed with the game over October and November, praising its titular characters' love-hate dynamic. So much for gushing about her favorite Let's Play that she skimmed. But in case that wasn't enough, when you talk about gushing about the favorite Let's Play, the other part of the article that doesn't actually support that assertion or that characterization of her, the depth, shall we say, of her adoration for Pippa, the depth of her familiarity with Pippa and her content, is the fact that this is the only mention of Pippa or that particular Let's Play throughout the entire rest of the article. It was one singular instance, less than a sentence, in the first paragraph, and that playthrough, let alone Pippa herself, is never mentioned again, because the rest of the article consists of the following segments. First, what is the Coffin of Andy and Lele, where Valens defines the game, gives its premise, explains how you're supposed to go through it. So why is The Coffin of Andy and Lele so controversial? Where she explains the origins of why this game has been so stigmatized and the initial social media storm that emerged around it. How did the Coffin of Andy and Lele controversy play out? Basically an explanation of how that particular controversy ended up affecting the creator of the game, Nemle. And finally, how did Nemle respond to the controversy? Where Valens discusses how Nemle made the decision to terminate her online presence in response to the backlash, while still committing to not changing her vision for the game. And the article ends with the following 2 paragraphs, quote, "Granted, there are many people who feel like Andy and Lele didn't quite stick the landing with its depiction of sibling incest. That's a perfectly respectable opinion to have. Good criticism creates good art. But it's one thing to disagree with, criticize, or reject the game, and it's another to harass its creator for the game's themes. Nemle seems to have suffered because of the latter. Whether you're a critic or a fan of Andy and Lele, everyone loses when an artist is driven off the internet. As disturbing and awful as it is, sibling incest is a real part of life. Nemle's game has a right to show and discuss incest in a mature way, especially if it has an important commentary to share about abuse, trauma, and dysfunctional family dynamics. And the reason why I include this little end section is because this sums up the main angle, the main themes that were present in the article. It was an article that first and foremost was centered around Andy and Lele. Its controversial nature as a game, the themes that it explores, and trying to make a case for its existence on the basis of the fact that it explores those themes, on the basis of it being a work of art. And all the while advocating mainly for Nemle, the creator of the game, and someone whose treatment by the internet, by social media in response to the game was something that, in my opinion at least, I can agree with this, was quite a travesty, all things considered. However, this was not an article that contained anywhere near how Valens was trying to characterize it as being a gushing about the favorite Let's Play, because the Let's Play was, again, only briefly mentioned and not even really a topic of discussion, because, like I said before, the main discussion in the article was not about the Let's Play, was certainly not about Pippa, it was about the Coffin of Andy and Lele. And again, that's not a problem, because if you're going to title your article, right, why are so many people upset with the Coffin of Andy and Lele, that focus fits just fine. However, to go and then characterize it in this manner at the beginning of this article, to try and sort of throw up some sort of safety net against backlash, or to sort of flash a badge of membership as part of a fandom, is more than a little disingenuous. But to go on, first section of the article is titled, "You're Too Fucking Stupid to Know What's Good For You," in quotation marks. Quote, "I first learned about Pippa all the way back in 2022, when my Valorant friends began sharing Pippa clips and highlight reels with me, such as this viral post from 2024, or clips from her playthrough of Class of 09, one of our favorite games, or, quote, the duality of Pipkin Pippa YouTube video, which basically captures Pippa in a nutshell. Unironically, during one of my darkest moments, Pippa's explanation for why you shouldn't take your own life spoke to me. You're right, Pippa. I'm actually stupid. I wouldn't say I'm a Pippa fan, but I respect talent when I see it. And I happen to think Pippa is very talented." Yeah, Master N, Kirsch's the one who introduced Pippa to Coffin of Andy and Lele. Yeah, that is a little bit of cosmic humor to the fact that the VTuber that Anna has spent the past few months seething about the most is also indirectly the reason why she supposedly found what is allegedly one of her most respected and one of her favorite VTubers and favorite Let's Plays. But to continue, Pippa, to be clear, has a very edgy sense of humor. So much so she even has a quote-unquote controversy section on Know Your Meme. Ah yes, truly the bastion of all internet events in history, knowyourmeme.com. Quote, while she is not a political VTuber, her content is definitely popular with many right-wing VTuber fans. That said, she's also popular with people who aren't right-wing. She's popular with people who literally don't care about politics. By nature of her sense of humor, there are there are 1,000 opinions on Pippa across VTubing. Mine? I don't agree with everything Pippa does. I absolutely think she's gone too far with some of her jokes in the past, but Pippa is the VTuber equivalent of a shock jock. Others have tried to claim that title, but it's Pippa who is the true shock jock of VTubing. That's what she sets out to do, and that's who she is. And to that end, there is a difference between having right-wing fans and being a far-right VTuber spreading malicious beliefs. Now, I wonder who Anna could be referring to with that second one. But to continue, I personally believe that distinction matters. Some right-wing VTubers make me afraid, but not Pippa. She just makes me laugh. Now, there are two things that paragraph does that are a little underhanded. The first is the fact that the paragraph prior, Anna puts in a little bit of effort to essentially give a little bit of lip service to the idea that she's not actually saying that Pippa is a right-wing VTuber. No. She is definitely popular with many right-wing fans, but she's also popular with people who aren't right-wing, people who are apolitical. But then she kind of ruins it by, in the very next paragraph, ending it by saying, there's a difference between having right-wing fans, right, and then using that as the way to characterize Pippa, and then also saying, some right-wing VTubers make me afraid, but not Pippa, implying that at the end of the day, Pippa is still a quote-unquote right-wing VTuber, whatever the fuck that means. But to go on, so, now that we all know about Pippa, imagine my surprise when I opened up Twitter and Blue Sky and saw FaZe Connect's poster child staring back at me because a Pippa fan was arrested. Now, note how when she's introducing Pippa, yeah, she never mentioned FaZe Connect. The first time she brings up FaZe Connect is in this sentence. One of the things that I've tried to really hammer home every time I go through an article with you guys is that when we go through media training in university, when we do a media degree, when we do our journalistic unit, one of the things that they hammer into each and every student, regardless of where in the world you're taking that media course, it's all the same, is that you need to be intentional with how you write. And for that exact reason, every time you read through something that has been written by a journalist and published in a magazine or a newspaper or whatever legacy media website, you need to read it with that in mind. That, oh no, Azahara, on the contrary, you may disagree with the way that she's chosen to use those skills, but it would be naive to assume that she doesn't have them. You can identify that the way she's using them is sleazy and sneaky, but you should still avoid overlooking the fact that they are being used. Every time you read through something a journalist has written, you're going to have to make sure that the way that it's written, bear in the back of your mind that the way that it's written is 100% intentional. So when she says, I opened up Twitter and Blue Sky and saw FaZe Connect's poster child staring back at me because a Pippa fan was arrested. That is very intentional. That's right, someone went to a protest, got arrested, and now Pippa's face is all over his local news. So, before we go any further, if you live in the Nashville area and your parents have ever commented on, quote, that cartoon rabbit girl who screams a lot on your phone, end quote, you might want to have a frank conversation with them before they start asking you to hand over your iPhone. Hey, is this is this about a friend of the channel, Anna Valens? Yes, it is, Freakman. Yes, it is. However, there is something besides that little sneaky inclusion there, that little choice in placement relative to what else is going on in that paragraph or sentence. Yeah, actually, correct. That's a good way of putting it. My enemies are wrong, but they're not stupid. Worst mistake you can make is assuming the opposite, right? So, you might notice that there's a little bit of a tonal inconsistency in the article. It's a little something that makes it seem weird, because yet again we come back to the theme of who was this written in for? Because when you look at the when you look at the way that paragraph ends, right? You wouldn't want your parents taking your iPhone away from you. And you combine that with the framing that was present from the headline, which is your mom and dad now know what a VTuber is. It kind of sounds like it's aimed at kids, right? Even though this is Vice, and this is Anna Valens. However, at the same time, when you look at the way that the article tries to define Pippa, when it says Pippa is the VTuber equivalent of a shock jock. Shock jock is a little bit of jargon that stems from radio. Essentially what it means is a radio personality that is characterized by provocative or inflammatory commentary. Someone who goes out of their ways to purposefully say things that are going to elicit some sort of strong reaction in the audience. However, the key word there is radio. Radio is a medium that has not been in fashion for quite a while. Yeah, Kirnoth, exactly. It is a very old term, and it is certainly a term that you wouldn't expect, people who are currently children in present day to be familiar with. Because radio has not been a popular medium for consumption, especially among the younger generations, for a decent while. So that then leads you to the question of what's with this? Why bother using this as a method to try and define Pippa? I mean, you could make the argument that this is with the intention of, allowing VTuber fans to phrase in terms that their parents would understand what VTuber is the equivalent of. But in that case, if it's aimed at them and you don't bother to explain what a shock jock is, pretty poor job of trying to communicate that to the audience that is supposedly reading the article. But even then, again, you can make the assumption that, okay, maybe this article is aimed at adult VTuber fans who might want to explain to their parents what a VTuber is or who Pipkin Pippa is, but that doesn't explain how this paragraph ends with you might want to have a frank conversation with them before they start asking you to hand over your iPhone, which is not something that you would associate with adults. Unless, of course, the implication is that the VTuber fans who are the target of this article are adults, but they're mentally handicapped to the point where they have to rely on their parents as carers and whose parents still have that degree of authority over them. This is not quite relevant to the main topic of the article. Well, at least not directly. But it is quite an interesting insight into the way that Anna seems to perceive and conceptualize your average VTuber fan. But to continue, the next section is titled, Honey, isn't that the rabbit girl you like from your animes? Quote, News Channel 5 Nashville covers local news for Middle Tennessee and Southern Kentucky. Recently, the station reported on the Nashville No Kings protest over the weekend, highlighting a 19-year-old named Elijah Miller, arrested for disorderly conduct. In two separate news segments posted to YouTube, the local news studio read from the teen's arrest warrant. Per the warrant, the arrested teen, quote, brandished a weapon during a planned protest, end quote. When, quote unquote, yelling and arguing ensued, he stated that he had a gun. Quote, the defendant was holding the gun down in front of himself and letting others in the area know that he had it, end quote. The arrest warrant stated. Per News Channel 5, Nashville. Quote, the witness and others in the crowd were in fear for their safety and began running before flagging down officers, end quote. Per witness statement, quote, people started yelling at him and he pulled it out and stated he had a gun, end quote. No one was, quote unquote, directly pointed at, but Miller was spitting at people, end quote. Both videos discuss the teen's long fascination with Nazis, mass murder, by highlighting his Twitter account, and in between, various screen grabs from the poster's social media. There she is. Pippa suddenly appears, staring right back at the viewer. In a post captioned, quote-unquote, things are about to happen from December 18, 2024, Miller posts Pippa alongside a revolver and a book labeled Democracy, The God That Failed. According to Mises Institute, Connor Mortel, the book, quote, lays out the case that private ownership of government, monarchy, is preferable to the democratic government we are familiar with today, end quote. Additionally, according to social media posts lifted from the arrested teen's social media, the inscription, quote-unquote, Pipkin Pippa, was scratched onto a shotgun owned by Miller. Go on. The next section of the article is titled, Don't Do This If You're a Fan of a Creator. Pippa's appearance in news coverage around a political arrest obviously turned some heads in VTubing. Over on Twitter, one user shared a screen grab from the news report with the shotgun inscribed Pipkin Pippa, warning, quote, don't do this if you're a fan of a creator, end quote, as it, quote, drags down their image, end quote. Another suggested it was Pippa's quote-unquote PewDiePie moment, referencing the Christchurch mosque shooter who said the quote-unquote subscribe to PewDiePie meme on livestream before carrying out the mass shooting. Now, for those who aren't familiar with that, basically in 2019 in Christchurch, New Zealand, a gunman proceeded to livestream himself shooting up 2 mosques. A total of, I believe, over 70 people were killed in that between those 2 instances, and I may have gotten that number may or may not be correct, but it was I believe it was. I may be mixing it up with another mass shooting that happened in Norway, which will become relevant to the story later. But in any case, this gunman went to 2 mosques, shot them up, and prior to that, on the live stream, he said to the camera, subscribe to PewDiePie. And so, this became, a rather big controversy, understandably, for New Zealand, but there were also people briefly discussing to what degree is PewDiePie, implicated in, responsible for the conduct of this person who referenced him before committing that heinous act. And as you can probably imagine, the consensus opinion, quite rightfully, was that PewDiePie had nothing to do with this, and it was unfortunate that this insane person happened to drag his name into it. This was 57. The Norway thing was... Okay, I remember the Norway thing was 77. But, okay, this was in its 50s. Alright, thank you. Responded the exact same way I did IRL, which is, quote... A third poster shared the news report that Pippa's image appeared on and responded the exact same way I did IRL. Quote, this is not fucking real. Oh my god, keyboard smash, Lamau, what the fuck? And the 2 Twitter accounts that were shown were one by Fraser Boy and one by Zoe, or Zoe Izume. Both of them showing that segment of the news broadcast and basically either expressing shock at what was happening or disapproval at the fact that someone had gone out of their way to do this. Now, when you look at these 2 sections of the article, something that you may notice is that the article, in terms of its actual text, states, quote, sorry, give me a second, let me just find it in the paragraph. Okay. So it mentions, in 2 separate news segments posted to YouTube, the local news studio read from the teen's arrest warrant, outlines what was the contents of the warrant, etc., etc., etc. And then it says, right at the end, that little paragraph, 2 lines. Additionally, according to social media posts lifted from the teens' social media, the inscription Pipkin Pippa was scratched onto a shotgun owned by Miller. Now, when you put that in context of the earlier paragraph in which the article states, in between various screen grabs from the poster's social media, there she is. There was an opportunity here to actually show what those screen grabs are, because that is a little bit of crucial context that may go quite a long ways towards building up a more complete picture of this individual. However, instead of doing that, and instead of showing a more complete, well, more screen caps or a more complete version of what was shown even in the News Network 5, the News Channel 5 video reporting on this event, the article instead chooses to simply focus in on just this one screen cap, just this one segment screen cap from that video and from that news report. And from there, everything else in the article revolves around people's reaction, again, to that one specific part of how this story was reported. To go on, quote, while Twitter seemed bewildered, Blue Sky was angered. In a viral Blue Sky post, one user shared the Pippa revolver and shotgun images, noting it was, quote, what happens when you appeal to the alt-right crowds under the guise of, it's just a joke, guys. Another found Miller's status as a Pippa fan, quote-unquote, completely unsurprising. A third simply concluded, quote, it was only a matter of time, end quote. And they include this screen cap of this Blue Sky post, basically from a user called Farah Fang, that states, what happens when you appeal to the alt-right crowds under the guise of it's just a joke, guys. Quote, Blue Sky users following Pippa's news appearance almost universally believed Miller was reflective of Pippa's fanbase. But this sentiment wasn't confined to Blue Sky. On Twitter, some came to the same conclusion, suggesting that Pippa's community deserves scrutiny. Meanwhile, a poster on Reddit's r/virtual YouTuber simply called Miller, quote, the least deranged Pippa fan. A mod on the subreddit described the circumstance as, quote, a cautionary tale on indulging potentially deranged fans. Quote, think this will cause a video game violent video game causes violence, but VTuber flavored, one Redditor asked them in the post comments. Lively discussion followed. Again, return of the infamously reputable source, random Redditors in yet another article. However, again, take note of what kind of sources Anna seeks to include in the article, and what statements from these sources are also being included. There is a balance. Yes, there is an attempt at achieving a balance in the article between people who are, supportive of Pippa, disowning the actions of this person, versus other people who do believe that this is reflective of Pippa or reflective of her fan base, and essentially drawing not just an association, but drawing a degree of responsibility between what Pippa has been doing in her content and the actions of this individual. However, yet again, there is no attempt at trying to provide any additional context as to the gunman's actions or the gunman as a person. Well, I shouldn't say gunman, the individual, the counter-protester, I should say. The counter-protester's actions or his motivations, or anything to do with what he was like prior to this new story being put out, or even any attempt at contextualizing the story better by showing the more aspects of the news report in its totality. The next section is titled, do you really want to explain all this VTuber stuff to mom and dad? Quote, regardless of how you feel about Pippa, her fan base, and the bizarre way VTubing just intersected with larger American politics, I'd like to point readers back to my June 3rd article. Quote, more people are searching up stuff about VTubers. That's good and bad. we've reached the self-relatory part of the article. Oh, Alan, you're gonna head out. See you in the VODs. See you in the VODs. See you in the VODs. In that piece, I revealed how, quote, VTuber topic searches over the past 12 months peaked on Google during the Cinder controversy. I also warned that VTubers can leave a positive impact on the world around us, or that positive influence can be overshadowed by major VTubers getting involved in petty drama and unpopular political beefs. Whether you believe Miller's Pippa connection is a black swan event or something worth investigation, I think we can all agree. What happened with Miller is very bad for VTubing. It certainly overshadows a lot of the good happening in the space right now. And this is a favorite trick for a lot of journalists, because this is essentially the premise of the underlying premise of the entire thing, right? The idea that what happened with Miller implicates VTubing. It's bad for VTubing because, of course, those two things are associated. Of course, the association is warranted. And of course, there is a substantive link between the two. That idea, that assumption, that premise is taken for granted. And when she says, I think we can all agree, yet again, a very convenient way for a journalist to legitimize their own opinions but dress it up in an objective manner is by trying to project the appearance of consensus. We can all agree. And that little trick, that little sleight of hand, disguising your own opinion as a consensus opinion instead, that's something that's going to come up multiple times as we go down later on in this stream. Quote, look, Pippa isn't responsible for some far-right teenager waving a gun around. Again, I want you to take note of how she characterizes Miller. Far-right, yeah? She didn't tell that kid to get aggro at a No Kings protest in Nashville, nor did she tell him to arm himself, scratch the name Pipkin Pippa in a shotgun, and read a book popular with Curtis Yarvin. Yes, Pippa's sense of humor is edgy, but she's no pundit. She's a shock jock. She's not preaching political talking points directly to her audience. And it includes this screenshot of somebody saying that Pippa is having her PewDiePie moment. However, I do want to point out, if the article had simply ended here, yes, there would be some things that convince me that the article may be less well-intentioned than it tries to come across, but overall, I could very much understand, even agree with, the idea that this was an article that was designed to defend Pippa against the assumption that she was somehow complicit or that her content was somehow complicit in the actions of this lone individual. I wouldn't have thought that it was a good job at a defense, but it would have been, I would have been willing to assume that it was in the spirit of that. However, this is not where the article ends. There is more. And when you go on to state Pippa isn't responsible, she didn't tell him to arm himself, she didn't tell him to scratch the name Pipkin Pippa, she's no pundit, she's a shock jock, she's not preaching political talking points directly to her audience, all of that is undone when you start reading the next paragraph, and it starts with, quote, But I want to reiterate, this is the outside world's first impression of VTubing, and it's not a great look. Yeah, fuck the normies, they don't get it, we're not all like this, I agree, but sponsors, businesses, academics, they're all gonna start asking, what's the deal with this VTubing thing anyways? Why is there so much controversy around it? And politics? And that's not a question you want asked, as it comes with risks. See, the funny thing is, that is probably written with the intention of coming across as identifying with the audience, but because of the way that journalists have been conducting themselves over the past decade, and because of the way that Anna has been conducting herself in the recent past, or not, well, recent, as in last few months, it comes across a bit threatening. That's not a question you want asked, as it comes with risks. Risks like, quote-unquote, decreasing sponsorship spending, end quote. Risks like, quote-unquote, businesses deeming your industry unstable and prone to politically extreme viewers, end quote. You know, the funniest thing is, the most relevant recent example of a platform actually suffering because of this exact reasoning is Twitch. And they're suffering because of, well, their insistence on defending Hassan, a creator that Anna personally seems to revere and idolize quite a bit. But that little bit of irony aside, it takes one bad event to damage a budding industry. Now is a good opportunity to look around the VTubing space at large and ask, well, what's going on here? What's up? Because I don't think the problem is Pippa. She's just a comedian, but the industry around Pippa that allows bad actors to hang out in fan bases, communities, and conventions across the industry. And trust me, the weirdos are going to keep popping up with other Oshi's names scribbled on their rifles or whatever, I'm sure. And if that doesn't convince you, well, do you really want to have that awkward conversation with mom and dad about your Oshi in the news? Yeah, probably not. Now, there are a few things that are present in this last little concluding segment of the article that do strike me as being a little funny, especially when contextualized in terms of Anna Valenza's own past work that she's done on Vice, and specifically on VTubers. That claim, this is the outside world's first impression of VTubing. Very disingenuous, outright lie, because even as recently as last month, Anna was writing articles about how the HoloLive Dodgers collab, or Pecora being announced to be part of, Death Stranding 2, or something along those lines, was a major example of how people outside of the VTubing industry were being acquainted and introduced to VTubing, etc., etc. Or do those events not count? Are we supposed to ignore the fact that you've talked about them in prior articles? So again, really, really trying hard to frame this as being a big deal for VTubing, despite the fact that it has only been one local news channel that has made one singular news story about it. And even then, it was flashed across the screen twice. Now, we'll get to how the local news station covered it in a bit, but you may notice that over the course of this article, Anna has been trying really, really hard to make it seem like this event has broader implications for all of VTubing, that all of VTubing as a content niche, as an industry, has some degree of responsibility or complicitness with this event, this lone individual who attended a protest, who tried a counter-protest and conducted himself in a poor manner. And so, one of the things that I've been asking you guys to sort of trying to encourage you guys to look out for when you're reading through any article, any news article, is a tool that journalists like to use in order to create the illusion of consensus in terms of how they end up framing the overall topic that they're talking about. That tool, as quite a lot of you may remember, is exnomination. Again, for those who haven't tuned into a prior stream where I've talked about journalism or gone through any articles, exnomination is the selective exclusion of voices or sources in a media text, usually to give the impression of objectivity and or consensus. And when it comes to looking at this article, evaluating it based off of journalistic merit, how Anna attempts to convey this consensus idea that this has broader implications for VTubing, right? The way that she's chosen to slant this article. One of the things that you want to be looking at are whose voices. Who does she bother to include as sources in the article? And we could do a quick tally. First nominated voice, the authorities, right? Not just News Channel 5, who first reported on this event, but also the Metro Police, Metro Police Nashville, I'm having a stroke. The Nashville Metro Police Department, who ended up doing the arresting and whose arrest warrant formed the backbone of the news story as reported by News Channel 5 Nashville. You You can see this both in terms of including screen caps taken from the video published on YouTube by News Channel 5 Nashville, as well as quotes from the warrant that was issued by the Nashville Police Department. The second nominated voice, as I alluded to before, are Pippa's fans. However, even so, I want you to take note of the choice to include only these two statements from Pippa fans. There were plenty of examples of people talking about how this guy was a glowy, this guy wasn't a kapipi, how his actions should not be associated with Pippa or her community. But those weren't the posts that Anna chose to include. Instead, she chose to include these two, which did come from Pippa fans. Fraser Boy and Zoe, if you're on Twitter, you are going to be very acquainted with the fact that both of them are avid members of Pippa's fan base, of Pippa's community. But these are two reactions that don't dispute the connection, but rather express disapproval that someone would try to draw this association by, for example, scrawling Pippa's name on a firearm, or surprise at this association cropping up. This is not fucking real. Oh my god. Keyboard smash. Lamau, what the fuck? On the other hand, you do have Pippa antis who are represented in the form of these random Blue Sky and Reddit users who are explicitly drawing a connection and trying to imply a degree of responsibility between Pippa, the content she makes, and the actions of Elijah Miller. So, this is what happens when you appeal to the alt-right crowds on the guise of it's just a joke. It was only a matter of time. Being a Pippa fan is completely unsurprising. Pippa's fan community deserves scrutiny. Least deranged Pippa fan, etc., 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 right? Again, how convenient, right? Very, very interesting choice of inclusion there. Interesting selection there. And then finally, the nominated voice that starts cropping up more and more as the article progresses, especially towards the end of it, is Anna herself, referencing her own prior articles, her own statements about VTubing, her rhetoric regarding VTubing, and how she perceives VTubing. And between all of those, you have all of the different nominated voices in the article that make up the various sources that are consulted in the article. However, this is an article that, at least on paper, ostensibly, was written around the premise of a VTuber fan doing something crazy that makes the specific VTuber that they were associated with and VTubing as a whole look worse, right? This was an article that ostensibly seemed to crop up around the premise of a VTuber fan doing something insane and shameful. And yet, when you look at the nominated voices that the article has included over the course of its entirety, right? What's something that you notice? What, or I should say, whose voice is missing from the article as a source? If we could smell internet pages. That's an unpleasant mental image, Azahara. It's Sumonite? Pippa? Not quite, no, not quite Pippa. Because she did include a clip of Pippa talking as a way of characterizing what she's like as a content creator. Well, she didn't reference Kirsha directly, so there isn't going to be Kirsha in the article itself. There isn't going to be any mention of Kirsha in the article itself. Possibly also because she doesn't want to risk getting Vice's executives breathing down her neck. If the subject matter is Pippa. See, Pippa's not actually the only subject matter here. Yes, Jane Doe. Exactly. There is no inclusion of anything from Elijah Miller beyond what was screenshotted by News Channel 5 Nashville or the warrant that was issued by Nashville Metro Police's the Nashville Metro Police Department. And you'd think that if you were going to write an article about this VTuber fan that went insane, you'd probably include at least one of his posts independently of what was shown in the news report that you're writing your article based off of, just to give a better characterization of this person, or to provide more context to your readers regarding what he's like. And so, that then brings us rather conveniently to how this all ties in to the next technique that all news articles employ, which is framing, to selectively draw attention to certain aspects of a person or situation, especially when done at the cost of neglecting and or obscuring all others. And for a news story that is ostensibly diving into the association and the merit of association between this single person, Elijah Miller, and the VTubers that he is supposedly a fan of, there is no mention or no attempt at looking at Elijah Miller as a person, which is rather strange, because of the many things that Anna chooses to omit about Miller as a person from the article, one of them is that this isn't the first time that Miller has had a run-in with law enforcement. On June 14th, this is the wrong slide, my bad. I put the wrong date here. So if you go back to the initial tweet that he wrote, right, the initial tweet that he put out on June 14th, right, going to stream the No Kings Protest Day, counter-protesting these commies, be sure to tune in. And you actually open up the replies. You can see from the top 3 replies, stay in there in jail for life, right to jail right away, lol, it's always the cumskins with crucifixes in their name, and then, bro got arrested again. Bruh, come on. And when you read, okay, even if you did a cursory amount of research when it comes to looking at Elijah Miller as a topic, right? Let's say you were writing an article about it. Even if you just go to the main tweet that kicked off this entire thing, the main tweet that was the basis, or I suppose the seed for the news story that you're writing about, and you just opened it up and looked in the replies, you would already see what looks like the beginnings of a lead that you can pursue if you want to take a little bit, just a little bit more of a deep look at who he was as a person. Because again, yeah, you guys in chat are picking it up on it, right? Ardentop, yeah. Again, this is not the first time he's even been arrested. And if you go back to October 11, 2023, you will see that on this date, Murfreesboro Police Department had put out a notice about a missing persons report that had been lodged by Elijah Miller's family. Quote, missing persons, Elijah Miller, 18, was reported missing by his family on the 11th of October. Miller was last seen on the 10th of June on the 6th of October, the American dates are mixing up in my head, when he told his mother he was going to an airsoft event. He could possibly be in Ohio. Miller is autistic, but highly functioning. Please call, etc., 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 with tips, right? And then it shows a screenshot of the actual notice that was put out on the website itself as well. 3 days later, Elijah Miller was found. However, he was also arrested. Elijah Miller was booked in Preble County, Ohio for having weapons while under disability. I didn't even know that this was something that you could be arrested for in America, but I find it to be quite funny. And then on the same date, Murfreesboro would end up making a follow-up tweet in the replies to their initial post saying, Bolo cancelled. 18-year-old Elijah Miller has been safely located in Ohio. Thanks everyone for sharing. Then, fast forward about 2 years to March 30th, 2025. So that was his first run-in with the law. That was the first time he'd actually been arrested. But the second time that he had some sort of contact with law enforcement comes starting from March 30th this year, where he posted a picture, one of the pictures that was shown in News Channel 5's video, their news report, of his shotgun, which he had scrawled and scribbled on with the names of various different figures, anti-democracy figures, Nazis, mass shooters, as well as Pipkin Pippa and a bunch of other symbols and etc. Where he said, "You guys like my scribbles?" after posting this image. Now, this on its own, probably enough to get the attention of the feds, but where it really crossed the line was on April 1st, when he would reply to someone who had left a comment under that Twitter post who said, "Drop your Twitch, etc. We will be watching." And then Miller himself would then say, "Need to get a helmet and GoPro first." Now, if this isn't Fed posting, I don't know what is. And evidently, I'm not the only one to come to that conclusion, because 3 days later, bing bing bong, the feds themselves would show up to Miller's house to investigate what the fuck was going on. In a follow-up post that was tweeted out on April 4th, this shit doesn't look good on paper, and with a photo of the FBI report that had presumably, or the FBI warrant that had presumably been handed over as they had gone into his home, and essentially, after this particular instance, confiscated his guns. When people talk about Elijah Miller glowing harder than the sun, this is what they are referring to, presumably. And this isn't the entirety of all there is to Elijah Miller, because Elijah Miller himself is quite the rabbit hole. No, this is just evidence of his prior run-ins with law enforcement. He has a history of this kind of erratic behavior. And, well, the various other parts of Elijah Miller's identity, personality, motivations, or lack thereof that are not touched on in the article that was written by Anna Valens, some of them at least, are included in a write-up that was posted in a thread titled Irons, Ironheart, Iron Shot, ROM Stuff Elijah Jordan Miller that was made in the virtual asylum by a user called Thrang. If any of you guys are interested in pursuing the rabbit hole that is Elijah Jordan Miller, I highly recommend going onto the virtual asylum, this specific thread, and then taking a look at all of the stuff that Thrang has put in the work to collate in a rather concise manner, easily laid out and easily consumed manner in that thread. However, I will attempt to convey just a few of the various aspects of Elijah Miller as a person, his online presence, that hopefully go to show how impossible it is to tie his actions to just one aspect of his life online, IRL, or otherwise. According to Elijah Miller's online presence, he was a great many things. But among them included a crossdresser, a femboy, a male-to-female transgender person, a World War II Nazi LARPer slash role player, a VR chat gooner, very prolific VR chat gooner. Can't imagine why Anna Valens wouldn't want to include that in the article. A self-proclaimed libertarian slash Hopian, and a self-confessed pedophile. Because there is a tweet made by the user PopBarp which contains clips of Elijah Miller participating in a Twitter space where he outright states and admits to not only consuming child abuse material, but asking other users in VR chat for it as well. So, when I say that this guy is unhinged in a way that cannot be summed up as just VTubers. This is what I mean. These are all aspects that add up to the perfect picture of a deeply dysfunctional human being. And yet, none of these aspects of his personality, his motivations, or lack thereof, are mentioned in the article. Instead of looking at what Miller as a person was like, trying to dive into where this erratic behavior comes from, instead, what Anna Valens did was zoom in on the VTuber Association. And on the topic of the VTuber Association, there are a few interesting things that stick out when you start to look at how Elijah Miller engaged with VTubers on his social media as well. See, when you look at one of the things that you notice about his Twitter profile is that it is a profile picture of Kirsha. However, when you go onto Twitter and you actually look up the various times that he has interacted with Kirsha, you start to realize that he only began to interact with Kirsha around May of this year. And around the same time that Anna was releasing articles painting Kirsha and her fan base as a bunch of Nazis. Now, I can't imagine why the Nazi LARPer might only start engaging with a VTuber after a rather mainstream legacy news outlet, albeit a bankrupt one, started referring to them and characterizing them as a Nazi. But that's an interesting coincidence, one might say. The other thing, though, is the association with Pippa, because that's the basis behind Vice's entire article. See, when you look back at the various interactions that Rom Staff / Miller has had with Pippa over the various years, you start to realize that those associations are sporadic at best. Most of them occur between March and May of 2023, where he posted various images of badges that he's made. I suppose, I think that's a badge, I'm not quite sure, a badge that you can sew onto your hat or something, as well as flags and etc. that presumably he has made and presumably he has handed out to other people before. I mean, he's certainly taken pictures with Pippa's, with Pippa's image printed out on a sheet, etc., etc. Basically posting various photos of him posing with Pippa imagery. However, one, and this is something that Valens doesn't bother to mention in the article, he doesn't seem to have ever been part of Pippa's Discord, FaZe's Discord, or any of the spaces that are delineated as those occupied by or created by Pippa's community or fanbase. But second, with the exception of this one photo that he posted in January of 2024, all of his other posts about Pippa all overlap, broadly enough, with when the Hogwarts Legacy drama was happening in the VTubing space. And when you combine this with the pattern of consumption that he adopted with Kirsha, it becomes quite obvious that this guy might just be a tourist. That he might have not really engaged with either Pippa nor Kirsha, save for the times when they've been characterized as le-based right-wing VTuber. Not even because of anything they've done, but because of what various people, both antis and fans, have been saying about them at the time. And the reason why I point this out is because if you're going to zone in on the association between the VTubers in question and this individual, right? an association that seems to be based off of, like, actually, yeah, Xanthropy, like you said, right? Bro just watched the base compilation and did nothing else. Exactly. It really does seem like the extent of Miller's fandom, so to speak, extended just to that, right? Bunch of, a select few edited clips, and that's it. But if you're going to harp on about that association, surely you are going to at least attempt to qualify it in some way. And to Anna's credit, she does. The justification for drawing this association, in spite of this rather tenuous connection, is outlined near the end of the article, at the beginning of the final segment, where Anna states, "But I want to reiterate, this is the outside world's first impression of VTubing, and it's not a great look. Yeah, fuck the normies, yada yada yada, etc, etc, etc. It takes one bad event to damage a budding industry." The premise of this is that this is going to be how people on the outside take notice of VTubing, right? That where we have to care about this. This is a problem because outside people are going to look at this. People on the outside are going to look at this and make judgments about VTubing as an industry. But that takes for granted the fact that VTubing has even been viewed as a relevant factor in how people on the outside are interpreting the story. Which brings us rather conveniently to the fact that when News Channel 5 Nashville released a video basically outlining what had happened, they also released an accompanying article. An accompanying article that is quite interesting to hold up side by side with Anna's article when you look at the difference in terms of what either articles end up prioritizing their focus on. End up focusing on or directing their focus on. Let me just open up the article and see if it actually... Alright, it's not cropped. Excellent. Okay. So, to go through this article that was published by News Channel 5 Nashville, again, I want you to do the same thing that we did when we were reading through Anna Valenz's article in terms of trying to discern what are the major key points that this article harps on about. Quote, "Armed man arrested at Nashville's No King protest had long fascination with Nazis and mass murder. Police visited Elijah Miller's home in April following a tip from FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force about his online activities," Murfreesboro police spokesperson says. Quote, "Nashville, Tennessee. An armed man arrested Saturday during Nashville's No Kings protest has a long history of fascination with Nazis and mass murderers, and he was already on the FBI's radar. News Channel 5 Investigates has learned. Elijah Miller, 19, of Murfreesboro, was arrested Saturday after he quote-unquote brandished a handgun while clashing with a few of the thousands of protesters who attended the peaceful rally in downtown Nashville, according to the arrest warrant taken out by Metro Nashville Police. Miller was later released on bond. Video obtained by News Channel 5 Investigates shows that the counter-protester was dressed in all black with his face covered, carrying a yellow Don't Tread on Me flag and a handgun on his hip. No one was directly pointed at, but he was spitting at people, one witness was quoted as telling police. People started yelling at him, and he pulled it out and stated he had a gun. For much of his time wandering around the protest at Bicentennial Mall, Miller was live-streaming declaring on X that he was going to, quote, counter-protesting these commies, end quote. He shouted at protesters, quote, "Commie scum! No fucking commie. Commie scum in America. Motherfuckers." Soon he was involved in a sharp exchange with a No Kings protester who challenged him to show his face. Quote, "You are such a coward. Such a coward. Take your mask off, you little man," the woman called out. "No, I'm not," Miller responded. "Little dictator?" "No, I'm not. Sig fucking hail," Miller delivered a stiff arm salute. The woman mockingly whooped, "I'm so scared." And this is where the article gets interesting. So, who is Elijah Miller? In 2023, a post from Murfreesboro police showed he had been reported missing by his family. At the same time, he was described as, quote, autistic but high-functioning. A photo shared by a friend on X shows the moment Miller was taken into custody in Ohio. According to an online record, he was charged with possessing a weapon while under disability. Yet there he was among the No Kings protests, carrying what police describe as a semi-automatic handgun in a holster on his right side. On his cap, he wore a Dark Enlightenment patch linked to neo-reactionary theory that calls for ending democracy. A review of Miller's social media by News Channel 5 Investigates shows a fascination with a horrific mass murder in 2011 in Norway that left 77 people dead, including children, at a youth camp. Miller expressed admiration for the neo-Nazi who carried out the killings. The 77 victims, he said, were, quote, 77 race traitors, and then they include this screenshot of a post that was made by a Twitter user by the name of LGBT Far-Right Archive, presumably depicting the gunman who killed 77 people in Norway. And then someone else replying, W. Breivik, but killing 77 white people didn't really save the white race. And then with Miller coming in to reply saying, asterisk, 77 race traitors. Quote, he also expressed admiration for the killer behind a 2022 mass shooting at a grocery store in Buffalo, New York that left 10 African Americans dead. Another person posted that, quote, he was just trying to help the blacks get their numbers up and help them get a food desert, which he said made the killer a quote-unquote hero. Miller responded with an image of an anime character standing in front of the store in camo with an assault weapon. Quote-unquote, indeed, the Murfreesboro man agreed. And Miller's online rantings showed he was especially fond of the person who murdered 51 Muslims at Christchurch, New Zealand, seeming to imitate the shooter's style when he posted his scribblings on a new Mossberg shotgun he had just purchased. The white lettering, which included white power messages, resembled the way that Christchurch killer Brenton Tarrant prepared one of his weapons. There was also the inscription, "This machine kills commies." And this is the same photo that we talked about being posted onto Miller's Twitter. However, when it comes to describing the actual scrollings, all this news article does is describe how there are various white power messages, and then later down saying, on X, an anonymous account responded to these images saying, drop your Twitch, meaning a live stream video we will be watching, and then Miller answered, need a helmet and GoPro first, and then it moves on to something else. This is the extent to which this news article talks about what was scrolled on this shotgun. And you may notice that when it comes to this photo, this news report, this article, it didn't even bother to show the other side that had Pipkin Pippa scrolled onto it. It just didn't deem that as being relevant because they had already covered the Miller's veneration of the Breivik shooter in the form of his reply to another separate tweet. But to go on, police. Miller's postings are concerning. Among his other posts, Miller declared last July, quote, no more running for me, Reapers calling my name. In December, he posted that, quote, things are about to happen, along with a photo that included a handgun and the book Democracy, the God That Failed. And images posted by Miller himself showed that Murfreesboro police visited his home in April. One photo shows police inspecting a weapon in his bedroom. And you have that post included there. According to Murfreesboro Police spokesperson Larry Flowers, officers had two interactions with the young man this past April. The first, on April 2nd, came when Miller reported 2 firearms had been stolen. His mother had, it turns out, hidden them. The next day, officers were back after getting a report from the FBI Joint Terrorism Task Force about his online activities. The tip about Miller's activities had come from someone in Istanbul, Turkey, according to a police report shown in one of his X posts. Quote, during the CID investigation on April 3rd, the mother voluntarily released to MPD a Smith & Wesson 38 Special Model 10 handgun and a Mossberg 500 12-gauge shotgun, Flowers said in an email. Both firearms, along with a lot of ammo and gun accessories, are currently being held in safekeeping inside the MPD property room at police headquarters. Still, Miller would later post an image of a handgun alongside a right-wing manifesto, saying the attention over him being busted had made him popular online. Quote, currently, there have been no active threats made by Elijah Miller in Murfreesboro, according to the investigation, Flowers added in his email. The postings, however, are concerning. The investigation is active and ongoing. Reached through X, Miller declined to comment. And that is the end of this article that was put out by Nashville News Channel 5. Now, you may notice something. Not a single mention of VTubers, not a single mention of Pipkin Pippa, and they didn't even use that image because there were other images that they felt represented the situation and better contextualized Miller as a person. So you have to wonder, this was not a slant that was present in the original news article, not even in the original way that the story was reported. So that justification by Anna Valens seems a little contrived. The only person who's gone out of their way to do that is, funnily enough, Valens herself. But that's not all, because, as you remember, a lot of the people who were reacting to this... Okay, sorry, this was the wrong date. This should say 15th. A lot of the people who first reacted to this news story when it was first released were reacting to the video that News Channel 5 put out on their YouTube channel in the form of a brief video report that discussed this story. However, when a lot of people posted a screen cap of the this news story, this video that was posted by News Channel 5, what people didn't look at was the surrounding commentary around that specific section of the news report. And that is the part that I want to show off to you guys now. It starts at around 3 minutes 47 and it ends at around 4 minutes 19 when they move on to something else to do with the story. But to pull up this report, hold on, give me a second. Okay, that's a little loud. Hold on. Let me switch over to the React screen. Okay, there we go. I'll just switch off the music for a little bit. All right. So, at 3:47, this is where the report actually shows the screen cap that everyone's been posting on Twitter and Blue Sky and wherever. And this is the accompanying commentary by the reporter as it is going.
In December, he posted, "Things are about to happen." The photo included a handgun and the book, "Democracy, the God That Failed." And images posted by Miller himself showed that Murfreesboro police visited his home in April after...
Sorry, my YouTube has frozen again. For some reason, whenever I have YouTube and OBS open at the same time, it decides to shit itself. But that about sums up the extent to which this article, this news story, bothered to talk about it.
Someone in Turkey alerted them about Miller's online activity. One photo shows officers inspecting a weapon in his bedroom, but he would later post an image of a gun.
Sorry, please bear with me while the scuff works itself out. I hate the way this guy talks. It makes my brain hurt. It does sound a little bit like diabetes incarnate. All right, Brave is having a pants shitting moment, so to speak. I suppose playing a YouTube video while streaming is a bit too much to ask.
With a right-wing manifesto saying the attention of him being busted had made him popular.
Man, I'm not gonna be violent. I'm like.
And that is the end of this segment. From here, it moves on to showing clips of Miller at the protest itself. But as you can see, even though they showed the image that displayed Pippa's face in the background, They didn't comment on it at all, and the only thing that they pointed out was the book that was next to it and the handgun on the other side. So, again, this was not a slant that existed in the original reporting of this news story. This was not a connection, a point of interest, or a topic that the quote-unquote normies that were reporting on this seemed to think were worth touching on. And thus, they were only points of emphasis, or they only became points of emphasis after Anna wrote that article that was later published in Vice. Sorry, give me a second, try and get back to... Chat's frozen as well. Oh dear. Alright. Is this... Okay, there we go. Alright. Okay, hopefully things stop freezing now. Diabetes. Are we EFAP now? Why not? EFAP are great. Amen. So the Pippa screenshot was posted out of context. Yes. And again, I understand why it was posted originally, because it's very surprising and shocking as a Pippa fan when you just, you look at this random unrelated news story about a guy showing up to a protest with a gun, right? But at the same time, again, the justification that was given in the article for the way that it was framed, the Vice article for the way that it was framed, was this is what normies are going to be talking about. This is what stands to represent VTubing, when that wasn't really a talking point that people had at all. Kiernoth, I appreciate the offer, but it's not a PC issue. I'm pretty sure it's just a browser thing or an internet thing. And so, when you look at the way that the article ends, right? When you look at what Valens seems to be aiming at accomplishing with the article, it's pretty cut and dry, right? Now is a good opportunity to look around the VTubing space at large and ask, well, what's going on here? What's up? Because I don't think the problem is Pippa. She's just a comedian. But the industry around Pippa, that allows bad actors to hang out in fan bases, communities, and conventions across the industry. And trust me, the weirdos are going to keep popping up with their Oshi's name scribbled on their rifles or whatever. If that doesn't convince you, do you want to have that awkward conversation, yada yada yada. This seems to be an article that was written with the express purpose of trying to convey, we need to look around at the VTubing space and ask, how did this happen? How did we get here to the point where this Elijah Miller individual became the face of VTubing to the normies, when in reality, that is a discussion that has only happened in the article and in the spaces that Anna Valens chooses to call home. This is not a talking point, and this was not an association that was drawn even by the original news outlet that was reporting on them. It is exclusive to Vice. It is exclusive to Anna Valens. And this is where it all ties in together to the third and final major technique that journalists often use in their articles in order to try and steer their readers into perceiving things a certain way. Agenda setting. To influence, dictate, and or define the priorities and popular talking points among the general public. Basically instructing your readers on what they should be talking about, what they should be thinking about. And apparently, over the course of this article, not only has Anna decided that the best way of exploring this topic is to go in depth about the associations between Elijah Miller and Pippa when that was completely absent from the original way that the story was reported. Right? That was not a slant that existed in the original reporting of the story. But also to question how VTubing as a whole is implicated by this event, when, yet again, you don't have a lot of people saying that among the quote-unquote normies, who this article is written with the intention of soliciting concern around or over. Very simply put, agenda setting is the combination of exnomination and framing. When you combine telling your audience what to ignore, in this case, Miller his actions, his social media presence, the confusing array of all of these different, almost schizophrenic things that he has espoused and participated in over the course of the time that he's existed on the internet. And instead tried to condense it all down through the use of framing to just Pipkin Pippa and VTubing. Problematic content and problematic creators. There's this very weaselly thing that the article does where it will draw the association between Pippa and Elijah Miller, but then it'll add this little lip service where Anna Valens says, I don't think that association should be made, and then proceed to not back it up with anything but just her own personal opinion. That is a token defense at best. Because, again, like I said, the alternative and a far more effective way of addressing and pushing back on that assumption would be to address the premise head on, to actually do research and explore the various facets of Elijah Miller's behavior and personality. And so when you combine these two things, right, telling people to not really look at or focus on Elijah Miller's greater internet presence or the context behind his actions, but rather to only focus on how his actions relate to VTubing and how his actions have been associated with Pippa, you get this sort of very slimy way of going, oh, this is associated with Pippa, but it's not Pippa's fault. There are other creators, though, who do deserve the blame, but not Pippa. It's just associated with Pippa, which is why you should care about it, but it's not directly related to Pippa. And it's this over and over throughout the entire article. And by the end of it, you have that manifestation of agenda setting, right? Telling the audience what you should be prioritizing. We should take this opportunity to look around at VTubing. Look at how this one schizo, how this one schizo represents or characterizes the entirety of VTubing, etc., etc. Oh shit, I forgot to switch back to the slides. My bad, sorry. Thanks for letting me know, by the way. All right. But yeah, and so when you look at the thing that I want to try and hammer home, and this is the thing that I always try to hammer home whenever we look at any sort of news article, is this is a culmination of conscious authorial decisions that has been made by the writer before you've even read the headline, right? This is all intentional. There are choices being made, opinions being expressed, views being advanced, and agendas too, that are all contained without being explicitly stated in the text itself, in the very way that the article is composed and has been composed. And what this shows, hopefully, when you look at it through this lens of actually applying these journalistic techniques that we are taught in media school, when you start to evaluate the article and the way that it was written according to the actual techniques that we are taught to use to make these articles in the first place, the most fundamental choice that I hope you guys have observed in the article by now is the fact that when Anna Valens chose to do this, right, chose to do this this exploration, this analysis, this story on the associations between Miller and VTubing, and specifically Pippa, right? There was a choice to be made here in terms of what direction to take the article in. Valens could have either chosen to contextualize who Miller was as a person, therefore showing off exactly how many possible influences, each of which would be difficult to isolate, may have fed into Miller's behavior and Miller's ideology and Miller's beliefs. Or Valens could simply go with the VTuber route. And the thing is this isn't just laziness. Because like I said, in the original news article, they didn't have any mention of, the angle that they went with had nothing to do with VTubers. So that was entirely inserted by Valens herself, right? And this exclusion of any exploration of Miller, his past, his online presence, his schizophrenic beliefs, whatever, it's completely omitted from the article. And so the result is either extreme ineptitude mounting a token defense of the implication that Pippa is somehow responsible, or her content or her community is somehow responsible for the actions of Elijah Miller, or malice, or this is a deliberate attempt at essentially trying to disguise a jab at Pippa and the Capipis while sprinkling in lip service claiming to be a fan of Pippa herself. And despite the various little lines that Anna sprinkles in saying, oh, it's not Pippa's fault, I like Pippa, she makes me laugh, yada yada yada, there are reasons to believe that it might not be a question of innocent ineptitude when it comes to the way that this article has been composed. It starts with this tweet. June 18th, 2025. Only about 3 days ago, when Kuri Rinji, bless him, took to Twitter, made a post basically outlining how Valens was trying to defend the way that she wrote this article, its focus, its slant, by saying that she was a fan of Pippa and she was defending Pippa, etc., etc., etc. And Kuri Rinji writes, quote, Anna Valens is a liar. There is no greater proof of malice behind the recent Pippa article than Valens' own words from their Discord server. The first two screenshots that he includes are screenshots of an exchange between a drama tuber known as Safara Denoma and Anna Valens on Twitter. And Safara is basically defending the article as well. The fuck what? I see people from that side being triggered over Anna Valens' new article, but like, her article is so normal. Am I too woke? Like, I genuinely don't get the hate for it. Can they read? I'm convinced the answer is no, because they just see Anna Valens and start screeching. And she's highlighted these sections of the article, for example, saying, VTubers can leave a positive impact on the world. That positive influence can be overshadowed by major VTubers getting involved in petty drama and unpopular political beefs. We can all agree what happened with Miller is very bad for VTubing, overshadows a lot of the good happening. Pippa isn't responsible for some far-right teenager waving a gun around. Again, like I said before, this is not the full extent of the article. When you actually look at the article in its entirety, take note of what it includes, and more importantly, what it omits, it becomes quite obvious that just this little smattering of positivity is lip service at best. But then Anna Valens herself replies saying, it's so funny seeing people go, quote, Anna is attacking Pippa. Read the article, then go, wait, Anna is defending Pippa? Which, yeah, I am, Lamau. I literally wrote about her positively years ago. And if she's referring to the Andy and Lele video, boy, do I have news for that claim. People who believe that claim. And then Safara then replies again saying, these people literally just think you're here to attack people you cover, but deadass just prove they cannot read for shit, Lamau. Well, I mean, when you actually start reading the article and taking it apart as an actual piece of journalism, according to the journalistic techniques that we are taught to use, it becomes a little bit more obvious now, doesn't it? Someone even said that you are a, quote, fake Pippa fan, but gave no proof you were, so it's like crying emoji. They are just so mad for no reason. And then Anna says, ha ha ha, I'm a fake Pippa fan. I even said in the article I wouldn't call myself a kapipi, just someone who thinks she's funny and talented. I have a lot of respect for her. It's why I wrote the article, and also why I broke away from Blue Sky a bit on this take. And then, in brackets, in a follow-up reply, also I think it's fine people don't like me, / will never like me, but at some point I hope they understand when our goals and values align. Our goals align now, do they? See, the next screenshot that Kuri Rinji included in this post was this screenshot of Anna Valens' Discord, a message that was dated an exchange that was dated for the 3rd of April, 2025, this year. And she's replying to someone who said in the message above, stating, quote, "Ew, Pippa, I try to avoid her like the plague, and probably will here too. Really hate her, white supremacy shoot up Walmart, haha JK, unless so-called humor." And to this, Valen's replies saying, "I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on her." Now, that doesn't sound like that doesn't really sound like something that doesn't sound like something that a fan or enjoyer of her content would say, no? It sucks because I liked Pippa from my limited viewing of her, but then she goes out and shits the other foot. I'm not surprised. I think it'll be her conspiratorial streak that eventually gets platforms to boot her. She plays that a lot straighter than the quote-unquote jokes about needing there to be more white babies and other rephrasing of the 14 words. The alt-right VTuber doesn't like the non-alt-right take, color me surprised. And then, instead of pushing back against any of this, even though it's her Discord, Valens just simply replies with crying, laughing emoji. Now, again, I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on her is certainly one way of phrasing it, because it's a variant of the idiom, "I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop." Now, this might seem like a little bit of a semantic deep dive, but in essence, there is a difference between saying, "I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop," and "I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on her." Simply saying, "I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop" is an idiom, a saying, that basically means I'm waiting for something bad to happen, right? I'm waiting to be disappointed by something, right? Or I'm waiting, I'm expecting something bad to happen. And when you just say it like that, usually it normally means that you're reserved about something, you're pessimistic about something. But rephrasing it as, "I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop on her," again, I want to remind you that Anna Valens is a journalist. You might not think she's a very good journalist, but she is still a writer, as a professional writer, a writer for trade. And so that adds a little bit of a connotation, a little bit of a tone that states that you're not really hoping that nothing bad happens. Or when you're hoping that something bad happens, when you say "to drop on her," that makes it sound like you want it to happen to her, right? And yes, this message doesn't look great. It makes her look kind of two-faced when it comes to her claiming that, oh, she's doing this because she respects Pippa so much and she just wants to defend her against the accusations, the allegations that she is alt-right or far-right or whatever. But there is something far more concerning about this exchange. And it's not the message, it's not the behavior of the other users, it's not what the other users are saying either. It's the date. 3rd of April, 2025. Because you know what else happened on the 3rd of April, 2025? Pippa doing a stream titled Language Exchange with Pepitas VT, where at 3 hours, 39 minutes, 54 seconds, she brings up the Velour Hitpiece, and she basically mocks it as an example of shit journalism and people from outside of VTubing aiming their sights at small companies because they don't have the resources, the same resources to defend themselves as, say, Niji Sanji or HoloLive. On the same day as well, one of Pippa's clippers, Fayola, would also end up summarizing that small segment of the stream in the form of a separate clip titled Pippa Bashed Vice's Hitpiece on Velour. And all of a sudden, this message, the context for this, and therefore the context for the article that Valens has recently published talking about Pippa ostensibly defending her while doubling down on drawing out that association while offering only a token pushback. Yeah, that starts to look a little bit more suspicious. Because the thing is, this forms a pattern. This forms a pattern where somebody criticizes Valen's past work, and then later on down the line, Valens decides to dedicate one or a few articles to them that go about basically trying to smear them via guilt by association. Now, I do want to say that it is quite applaudable that in between the Kirsche hit pieces that no longer exist on Vice's website and this one, it's a little bit more subtle in terms of how it uses things like framing, exnomination, to draw those associations, to imply to draw those little weasel-worded implications about the VTubers that are the subjects of it and their fan bases. But it's not going to work if we already know what to look for. Valens has made the mistake, in her fervor to take down Kirsche over the last few months, she's made the grievous mistake of actually giving us data to work with. And also establishing that, yeah, there is kind of a motivation to sort of jab at Pippa here. Because it's not as innocent as just, oh, my only contact with Pippa in the past has been me watching her play Andy and Lele, or a few clips that my Valorant friends posted in a shared space. Not quite. No. And just to demonstrate, right? When I talk about these articles using these techniques, once you actually start noticing that this is something that news articles do, it is very difficult to switch off that ability. It just sticks out to you at every turn when you start reading through things. But the funny thing about Valens's standards of journalism, or her approach towards, making journalism, is how much she relies on abusing framing as a tool to essentially smuggle in these, these quite detrimental implications about VTubers that she has a reason to dislike. And so, just as a demonstration of my own, right? Because, like I said before, I have the same training. We all go through the same training when we're put through media school. To give you an idea of just how easy framing can be to weaponize and how poor of a choice that particular crutch is for Anna to use for her articles. Let's take an example where we apply framing ourselves, right? To something that Anna has done in the past, right? The best part is we don't even have to rely on guilt by association. We're just going to look at the things that Anna herself have written, submitted, and had published by people who are paying her. Actual news publications that still exist to this day. And we're going to be referencing this article that was posted on Daily Dot in September 3rd, 2020. An article that was titled, "What Playing Fall Guys with a Sex Toy Means for Sex, Tech, and Consent in Games. Play is an erotic experience, and I'm having a blast." By Anna Valens. Now, for those who aren't familiar, this was a quote-unquote article when Anna got the bright idea of connecting a sex toy to Fall Guys using a mod, and then basically on stream playing through the game while holding that butt plug against her chest and having it vibrate whenever something happened in the game. Whenever she ran, whenever she fell over, whenever she jumped, whenever she bumped into something. And to read out just a brief section of this article to give you an idea of the kind of journalism that Anna is known for. Quote, opinion. The other night, I threw on a pair of cat ears, grabbed a hand-me-down punk denim hoodie, and made history as the first sex worker to stream sex toy support for bean-based battle royale multiplayer game Fall Guys Ultimate Knockout. Consider it part performance art, part cam show, part zany online novelty. The stream showed me using my WeVibe Wish, the same toy I used for my Zoom porn shoot, while playing through several rounds of Fall Guys. In the stream, while playing through several rounds of Fall Guys. In the stream, I redirected my DualShock controller's rumble effects straight to my WeVibe. So every time I jumped, fell, or ran into an obstacle, I got a nice little jolt that vibrated against my skin. Half of the stream involved me giggling and squirming, and the other half involved me fixing all of the Wish's technical difficulties. Good night, boys. Good night to you, blue land crab. Hope you have a good rest. You chose a great time to bow out, I should say as well. Of which there were many. But frustrations aside, it worked, and I streamed it, and I had a very fun time. You can watch a short clip of my first round on many vids, although it's obviously not safe for work. All of this isn't supported by Fall Guys nor WeVibe right out of the box. However, thanks to Kyle Q.McCulis's open source buttplug.io programming library and his interface game haptics router, I was able to redirect the controller rumble feature to my WeVibe as I played. Fall Guys developer Mediatonic and publisher Devolver Digital probably weren't expecting sex to be added to their bean-based multiplayer jump 'em up, but here we are. This is the funny part of the article, there are, to be clear, an enormous number of ethical issues around inserting sex toys into your multiplayer games. During the stream, I didn't really think much about why I wanted to keep colliding against other contestants or grabbing them, let alone being grabbed. Then it dawned on me that I was engaging other players in an interaction that they hadn't actually been fully informed about. That's the in-game equivalent of hugging as many people as possible so you can feel your butt plug wiggle inside of you, which is not a great thing to do in public. Captain Sauceberg. Oh shit, welcome to the stream, my guy. Reminder that a longtime friend of mine believed in Anna's words about Pippa. I rebutted with your tweet and he shut up. Thank fuck. Welcome to the stream. This sparked a much larger question about whether Fall Guys is even an appropriate game to play with a sex toy at all. While I'm inclined to think passively playing a game with an Internet of Things sex toy isn't necessarily a problem, just as playing Overwatch with a dildo isn't. Actively grabbing players and bumping into them is a huge no-go. Use the tech responsibly. Quote, there's no private lobbies or single player. It's all public, all randers all the time, and they can trigger haptics via holding or collisions, end quote, McCulis wrote. It is different than, say, wandering into a game with voice chat and putting your mic right up next to a toy that's reacting haptically to events from others, but it's still, in the general sense, not a super clear-cut great thing to be doing. Now, the reason why I go through this article and go through that part of it is because that tells us a few things about the way that Anna handled the creation of this article, a few things that I will now use to demonstrate exactly how easy framing is to abuse maliciously. Although in the case of this particular article and Anna's conduct, I don't even need to try very hard. The best way to understand how a technique or a tool can be used is, of course, to try using it yourself. And so, from this article, we can extract a few key bits of information. Sorry, give me a second, let me refresh this because that slide isn't showing. There's an image on this that isn't quite loading properly. Okay, that should fix it. All right, so there are 3 things that we can extract from this article. 3 factual statements, right? Factual statements made in good faith in a way that steelmans Anna's position as much as possible. First, fact. Anna used a mod to connect a sex toy to Fall Guys and set it to vibrate against her chest whenever she jumped, ran, or fell against an obstacle in-game. Second, fact. Anna did not seek consent from the other players at any stage during the use of this mod, even though she retroactively acknowledged the ethical implications of her actions in the article itself. And then third, fact. Fall Guys is rated E for everyone according to the ESRB rating system. And here's where we start implementing framing. See, this is all fact. These are all bits of information. But if you are a journalist seeking to write an article, you don't technically have to include all of these facts in your article. Or at least, if you want to include all of these facts, you don't actually have to include all of them in their entirety. For example, instead of saying that Anna used a mod to connect the sex toy to Fall Guys and set it to vibrate against her chest whenever she jumped, ran, or fell against an obstacle in-game, you could just say that Anna used a mod to connect the sex toy to Fall Guys and set it to vibrate whenever she jumped, ran, or fell against an obstacle in-game. It's still factual. You've just left out the part where she set it to vibrate against her chest. Again, it's still true. If I say Anna hooked up a sex toy via a mod to Fall Guys and set it to vibrate whenever she did something in-game, objectively a correct statement. Nothing wrong with it in terms of factual accuracy. Second, Anna did not seek consent from the other players at any stage during the use of this mod, even though she retroactively acknowledged the ethical implications of her actions in the article itself. We don't need that second part. We can just say that she did this without seeking consent from the other players involved at any stage during the use of this mod that she streamed. And then third, this is where a little bit of journalistic creative license comes in. Because you can start extrapolating something that isn't false, but makes the framing of the situation a whole lot worse. For example, it is a fact that Fall Guys is rated E for everyone according to the ESRB. However, because it is made for everyone, you can make the argument that it was made to accommodate children. Because of course, if a game is going to be rated E for everyone, that would mean that it has to accommodate children. But then you can go from there and take it one step further. Instead of just saying that Fall Guys is a game that was made to accommodate children, technically, since it was made to accommodate children, that is, semantically, pretty similar to saying that it was made for children. And all of a sudden, now you have the ability to write an article where you say that Anna used a mod to connect a sex toy to Fall Guys, used it without seeking consent or permission from the other players involved, and the game that she chose to do this on was a game that was made for kids. Exhibit A and B of what a possible article using this as a premise might look like. For example, Polygon. This game journalist decided to explore the topic of online consent in a children's video game. 5 years later, her supporters still remain conspicuously silent about the implications. Again, objectively speaking, there is 0 things factually wrong with this headline and with this tagline. It is completely truthful and factual. Now, is it honest? That's a bit more debatable, but it is factual. And this is yet again an act of employing Framing is a technique. The second example. 5 years later, I couldn't believe what I was reading. Victims of Vice journalists' sickening experiments speak out. The importance of informed consent in virtual spaces goes without saying. But what happens when it's overlooked in the name of journalism? 5 years ago, a Daily Dot writer logged onto a children's game to do the unthinkable. Little clickbaity in the phrasing, but still completely factual, and drawn purely from her very own words and her very own actions, as published in that article that she wrote in the Daily Dot all those years ago. And so, Billy, thank you for the 5. This feed rated E for everyone as well. Thank you for keeping the tradition alive. But in any case, what I hope to demonstrate using these 2 example articles is that when you start looking at articles like Anna Valen's articles that she published in Vice, when you start looking at the articles like the one that she wrote about Elijah Miller while tying it to Pippa and the Capipis, it is very, very important that you don't take it at face value, that you understand, and this is going to sound really obvious to the point of being silly, right? Even though it may be a bit of a no-shit Sherlock thing to say, it is crucial that you understand and you parse those articles as a piece of journalism. You may think it is gutter journalism. You may think that it is morally, ethically bankrupt journalism, but it is still journalism. Writers who make these articles receive very distinct training. We are taught to use specific techniques, and when we employ those techniques, this is what it looks like. And the thing is, we don't need to make our positions very blatant in terms of the text that we put into the articles. It can simply be heavily implied in the subtext. The only thing is, when a lot of people read the article, they instinctively understood that it was malicious, but they couldn't say why. Hopefully this stream gives you a few tools that you can use to better articulate just how slimy the way that the article was constructed is. Because when you're analyzing a piece of journalism, if you're not analyzing it according to the various techniques that we are taught to use as journalists, you are going to be at a disadvantage when it comes to pointing out how someone is acting in a malicious manner. Because the thing is, part of the advantage of receiving the training that we receive is that we don't have to make our opinions, our perspectives, explicit. If we don't like someone or something, we don't actually have to say that. We can just choose to present it in a way that is factually sound, but intellectually dishonest. That's why you use things like exnomination, like framing, because when you do so, everything in that text is factual, but none of it is honest. And when you're looking at the article that we just finished reading through in Vice, the most recent Hitpiece, which I'm quite comfortable calling it, in light of all of the different things that we managed to pick out, when you look at that Hitpiece, that is a perfect encapsulation of the way that it was constructed. Factually sound, but deeply dishonest. And really, when it comes to the content that I make, above all, what I want to be able to do is to give you guys the ability to spot that yourselves and then point it out as well. Because God knows that there are going to be more attempts by people like Anna or Anna herself to do something similar to this in the future. And at the end of the day, I want to make sure that on the off chance that there is even a possibility that articles like this may be taken seriously by the uninformed, I want there to be a balance where at the same time, right, it is completely within the rights of, Pippa, the Capipis, whatever, to go no further than saying, fuck you, fuck off, leave us the fuck alone. And that's perfectly fine. But on the off chance that you are ever in a position where you would need to articulate why that article written by Anna is objectively malicious and, in terms of ethics, very unsound, now you have this as something that you can use and something that you can point to as well. So we have both bases covered, right? Sometimes it doesn't really warrant you going any further than telling people to fuck off. But sometimes if you are ever in a position where you need to articulate it, hopefully this has given you more tools that you can use to do so. More tools, well, at least in my experience. If you have more options, then you are in a better position to defend yourself against false flaggers who come into your spaces and try to pretend to be one of you while trying to sabotage you on the inside. And undeniably, that is what Valen's article was trying to do. Don't take them at their word when they say that they, that they just care so much, that they just want to defend you. Because, again, you only need to dig one layer lower, one layer deeper to see that that's not quite the case. But in any case, that about sums up my little impromptu dissection of this article. Again, there have been an attempts at bettering the strategy, right? The state of the game has escalated a little in terms of, Valen's being a little sneakier with it. But it's, again, if you have the eye to spot it, and hopefully now you guys do, it's still quite easily discernible. A little more subtle, but not a lot. Try again next time, I suppose. Yeah. There is a part of me that really does wish that it would be enough for me personally to just go, yeah, fuck you, fuck off, you're not fuck you, fuck off, etc., and leave it there. But it just, reading the article, actually taking it apart, it is deeply, I don't know, it bothers me a lot. And the thing is, it's a different kind of offensive to the way that the Kirsche articles were written. Because when I was dissecting the Kirsche articles, at the very least, right, the malice was surface level. I found it offensive in terms of, complete violation, abortion of the various codes of ethics, the philosophies, the principles of journalistic integrity, whatever, right? But at least it was very easy to see that this was done with the express purpose of taking someone down. But with this article, hold on, let me just switch back to that slide. With this article, this is another kind of deplorable in my eyes. See, actually, this is unrelated to the way that the article is written, but just a little bit of general advice for any creators who may see this. And I say this not because, I say this not because I want to try and dictate how other creators behave or how they conduct the gatekeeping their fan base or whatever, but just a bit of a general pointer based off of behavior that I have observed and based off of the principles that I've discussed on stream before about things like audience curation and stuff like that. a very easy tell for when someone is concern trolling, when they are not actually a fan of yours and just pretending to be one, is if they try to apologize for something on your behalf. The moment you see somebody doing that, not apologizing, the moment you see somebody doing that, which is, going so far as to speak for you in that capacity, to apologize about something, regardless of what it is, how they phrase it, or who they're delivering that apology to, rest assured, that person is not a fan of yours. Because the way that, a pretty neat way of dividing up people, quote-unquote followers, right, into two different categories that I find to be quite useful in discerning who's actually worth, I suppose, taking seriously, or who's probably a malicious actor trying to sabotage you by wearing a facade of adoration, is the difference between fans and what I call, trying to figure out a better way of wording this, egotistical lampreys. Now, for those who don't know, a lamprey is basically like think of it as like an oversized sea leech, where an oversized leech, right? And thing is, when it comes to these two varying groups, right? With a fan, fans can be obsessed with you, etc., etc. No, not even antis, right? I'm just talking about people who present as if they are a fan of yours, or as if they adore you, or as if they enjoy your content, or whatever, right? Difference between fans and egotistical lampreys. Fans, regardless of how obsessed they are, or obsessed they become with you, right? They are capable of perceiving a fundamental degree of separation between themselves and the thing that is the object of their adoration, right? Again, you can grow incredibly close and incredibly attached to something or someone, but so long as you continue to register that you and them are separate people, which again is a really, really low bar, you are still a fan, right? On the flip side, you have egotistical lampreys, which are basically people who cannot perceive that there is a degree of separation between themselves and the person who they are supposedly a fan of. They are people who try to live vicariously through the creators that they end up following, and who become offended when they are confronted with the fact that at the end of the day, they are still a separate entity from the creator that they feel attached to. And it is the egotistical lampreys who end up trying to project to others that they are one with their favorite content creators. They speak for one another, that they think like one another, that there is no distinction in terms of their beliefs, etc., etc. And thing is, if someone is a fan of yours and they're dealing with someone, they're dealing with someone on the outside who maybe, can't, maybe might be offended by something you've said or done or whatever, a fan will go no further than trying to convey things you've said in as precise a manner as possible, while still making clear that they do not speak for you. They will relay your words, but they won't go any further than that. Whereas with an egotistical lamprey, they will presume to speak for you and then say something on your behalf as if you said it. And when someone apologizes for you, rather than relaying anything you might have said about the topic in as precise a manner as possible, that is a very clear sign that they are an egotistical lamprey that is trying to live through you vicariously rather than simply enjoying you as a thing that they even implicitly acknowledge as being fundamentally separated from themselves. And the reason why I make this distinction is because going back to the main two ways that Anna could have approached this story, right? Okay, hold on. Let me find the slide that I put this on. Okay, yeah. So, this. When I talked about the two different ways that she could have approached the idea of pushing back against the automatic association and the mutual blaming of Pippa for the, Pippa and the Capipis for the actions of Elijah Miller, right? There were two different ways that you could have approached this. One, dismantle the association, or two, ask people to overlook the association, right? This is the mark of an egotistical lamprey. Because if you were to dismantle the association, it wouldn't even be that difficult. What you would be doing effectively is not speaking for Pippa or speaking for the Capipis, because you're not even indulging the implicit premise that has been smuggled in there that they are somehow responsible for this, right? Ignore that entirely, dismiss that entirely, it doesn't deserve to be acknowledged, and instead simply dismantle it. So fans will try to paraphrase while lampreys try to not even plagiarize, it's worse than that. They will try to project the fact that they speak for you, that they and you are somehow the same. That is a boundary that lampreys will cross that fans do not, as a matter of principle. So the thing is, right, if you were to actually push back against this assumption, and you were, let's say you actually do, you were a fan of Pippa, or you even just, you're not a fan of Pippa, but you respect her and you are a journalist, right? What you would do is fucking research. Even, like I said, the most cursory glance at Miller's social media profile would give you plenty of things about him that point to the fact that he is a deranged and disturbed individual quite independently of any consumption of VTuber content. If I were to tell you that you have a guy, right? Because the way that Miller is characterized in this piece is very one-dimensional. He's basically a tool, right? He's basically an expository tool in this article that Valens uses in order to get to the main thing that she wants to talk about, which is, we need to police VTubing more. Fundamentally, that's what this entire article boils down to. Pippa, the Capipis, Miller, they are all just presented as one-dimensional stepping stones in order to reach that talking point by the end of the article. And the thing is, you can't have those two goals, right? Pushing back against the assumption that Pippa and the Capipis are somehow complicit in or responsible for or should be associated with Miller, and presenting Miller as a one-dimensional object towards, to get towards a talking point, those two goals are incompatible with one another. They are mutually exclusive. Because in order for you to actually, properly qualify the pushback against that association without just relying on, because Anna Valens said so, is you actually have to try and characterize Elijah Miller as a more three-dimensional human being. A deranged human being, perhaps, but you still have to do that. And so, the thing is, that was the way that Anna could have approached the stated goal of dismantling people associating Miller with Pippa. But that's not what Valens did. Instead, she simply doubled down on actually showing people making that association. And again, remember, journalists rarely speak for themselves, because if they spoke for themselves, you'd run into the problem of everyone going, who? And not giving a fuck, because who cares about some random journalist's opinion on something? They have to dress it up as if it is an opinion that is held by a broad consensus of people. And so what ends up happening is, when you look at this article, when you look at the actual, the people who are cited in the article, they are all people who, regardless of whether they're Pippa fans or Pippa antis, regardless of what their reaction towards this event is, whether it be disappointment, horror, bemusement, surprise, they all contain the underlying assumption that the association between Miller and Pippa can be taken for granted. And the thing is, when you look at Elijah Miller as a person, someone who was an unironic Nazi, a World War II LARPer, a VR chat gooner, a transgender person, a self-proclaimed libertarian, a self-confessed pedophile, like, how do you contain all of these things into... how do you ignore all of these things and instead just zoom in on, oh, he was a VTuber fan? Because there's not even a lot of stuff on his social media that speaks to the fact that he was a VTuber fan. You have, like, 2 VTubers that he has engaged with, Pippa and Kirsha, and in both of those cases, his engagement with them seems to be rather surface level, if I'm putting it lightly. That is an extreme understatement from my end as well. And so, exactly, you can't shove him into a box. The decision to do so was, again, I can only conclude that it was very deliberate. That despite what Anna was saying in her protests about how she was defending Pippa, this was a conscious choice. Yeah, the framing is beyond egregious, yeah. So many concepts not compatible with one another, yeah. And again, it's superficial, which is why I am, how do I say? If it wasn't for the fact that Pippa was a VTuber, one of the biggest VTubers to publicly make fun of the first hit piece on VLure, I might have been willing to conclude that this was just sheer ineptitude and incompetence. Because, yeah, it doesn't surprise me that someone who would unironically cite 4chan and random Reddit accounts in a news article would be too lazy to do proper research into one of the, one half of the main subject of the article, which is Elijah Miller himself. But, and here's the funny thing, because of the fact that Pippa did publicly mock that first hit piece, and because of Anna Valen's own history of going after people who have denigrated her prior, works of journalism, it is now far more suspicious and far less worthy of benefit of the doubt. She can say she's defending her, but the sly actions speak louder. Exactly. There's a funny thing as well about how if you're going to diagnose Elijah Miller with being this insane person that makes anyone he's associated with look worse, right? If you're going to go with the argument that, okay, so one of the fundamental underlying arguments is not stated explicitly, but it is something that forms the core of this article's reason for existence, right? One of the implicit premises of this article is the idea that Miller makes any group he is affiliated with, he is associated with, he can be associated with, look worse because of his actions. But here's the thing. When you look at Miller not as a one-dimensional object to get you towards a talking point, but rather as a flawed, complete human being, again, deranged as he may be, there are a lot of different groups that you can attach him to. VRChat ER peers, Nazis, World War II LARPers, transgender people. The list goes on. There are any one of these group identities, all of which he could be stated as belonging to. And yet, of those group identities, it is Valens herself who chooses to focus on VTubing. That is why I think that this is such an underhanded way of trying to artificially blow up this talking point of, oh, the VTubing space at large is so at risk because of Elijah Miller. No, it's not, because it's not more at risk as any of the others that he's associated with. And also because no one is making that connection save Anna and her echo chamber. See, Ardentop, that's the thing, right? Whenever I see people say trans community, I don't believe that trans community exists for the same reason I don't believe that VTubing community exists. Because trans people are simply way too varied in terms of just being individuals, to the point where trying to attribute their actions to a community is kind of futile. Because you have people who claim to be trans, who basically use it as a shield against criticism, like Anna, and you have other people who are trans who are basically just existing, like just a normal person. And I think referring to them as part of one group by saying trans community does a disservice to the latter. Which is why every time I see someone invoke the trans community, it's almost always as a way of trying to deflect the severity of their own actions. Yeah, literally anyone. Yeah, okay, so even, okay, one other thing, right? A lot, and I mean a lot of people on Twitter, around the time when this story was breaking, were talking about how idiotic it is to try and attribute the actions of a single insane person to the content creator that they watch, right? And the thing is, everyone knows, right? It's common sense that, yeah, Sumina, exactly like you said, literally anyone can choose to watch a content creator. And so using that as some sort of guilt by association is fucking idiotic. Hold on. Let's see. And it used an inappropriate tag to bash the Pippa community VTubing industry. Yeah, basically. Again, I don't call myself a Kapipi either. Because, like I said, in like one or two streams ago, I don't interact with the community enough to feel like that's a title that, you know, I deserve. But at the same time, you don't need to be a genius to figure out what is being insinuated here by the article as it is written. And if someone's going to try and, you know, I get that it's a meme to go like, oh, Kapipis, you know, Lamau, lol Lamau, what a quirky group of people. But at the same time, like, if you're going to try to characterize them as a bunch of, you know, as a bunch of deranged neo-Nazis, fuck off. Like, no. No one who's not a tourist to, you know, Pippa, FaZe, or, you know, even VTubing in general, I'd say, would have that opinion, unironically. Genuinely, like, fuck off. It's so stupid. Oh, when I was okay, something else. Hold on, let me see if I can find it real quick. To give you an idea of just how. Okay, hold on. Let me see. I've been thinking about, because when I was making these parody articles, I'm not going to lie, I had fun doing this. Because it felt nice to, you know, yes, I choose not to use the things that I've been taught, but at the same time, it is funny to use them, if only to see how much you can get away with. And I've been thinking about maybe turning this into an extended bit or a recurring bit where I use this as an opportunity to demonstrate just how idiotic it is to use guilt by association, or, you know, using framing as a crutch to try and smear other people, or to try and start some sort of moral crusade against other people. Because funnily enough, all the people who are flocking around Anna, they are people who exist in the most fragile glass houses of anybody who could possibly comment on this entire saga. Kapipi is truly the most oppressed group. Maybe. Part of the issue here is the trans community got taken over by a bunch of kinksters, not those with actual dysphoria. Yeah. I think another reason for Valens not to talk about Elijah Miller and other vices, pun intended, has to do with the fact that Elijah was mostly groomed on VRC and Valens himself is a VRC coup. Yeah, no, I did. That was something that occurred to me, right? Where I could probably guess as to why Valens did. One of the very interesting things about this article, actually, is despite the fact that Miller has on social media multiple times said that he is, male to female, right? Valens in her article does not refer to Elijah Miller as she, despite the fact that Anna is very adamant on being the recipient of that courtesy herself. She keeps referring to Elijah as he, in spite of that fact. There is zero acknowledgement of the fact that he is claimed to be trans. Zero. And I can maybe understand why she wouldn't want to acknowledge the fact that, again, like you said, Stray Wolf, he is a VR chat gooner, seeing as what kind of content Valens herself ends up making. But yeah. As the Korsha has said, they are not trans, it's just AGP. Yeah. Yeah. I mean, the thing is, from what I have seen, people who are trans because of actual dysphoria have struggled for a while to try and expel the elements of, expel people from that group, that joint title, who claim to be trans but are really just fetishists looking for an identity to act as a shield against criticism of their own poor behavior and conduct. The cognitive dissonance is funny. Yeah, I agree. I'm shaking and crying. I remember when my professor was berating a classmate of mine when she put full faith in one article she was referencing, the media is no longer a neutral ground, this is a battlefield. Yeah. And that's the thing, right? A lot of people are... Well, I think it's becoming more widespread now to examine news articles, news in quotation marks, and legacy media critically rather than just taking everything they say at face value. But it is good to be able to put into terms, into words, why something rubs you the wrong way as well, just in case you have to articulate it to somebody else, right? And that's where things like, framing, exnomination, and gender setting come in handy. Yeah, it needs to put up a barrier to draw no comparisons because it hits very close to home. Yeah, that's what I thought as well. The only problem was, see, this is the problem, right? When you write articles as a journalist, yes, of course, there is going to be some element of you writing the article for yourself, because obviously you pick the topic, right? Assuming you're not just working as part of some sort of clickbait content mill where you get assigned a bunch of topics that you need to write an article about by your editor and you just need to crank them out as soon as possible. There is a degree of personal agency being expressed by the journalist when it even comes to something as simple as picking what to write about. And again, you can't completely eliminate that from a story, right? There will always be some element of the writer's own personal feelings, perspectives, biases in anything that they put out. But as a journalist, at least on paper, the way I was taught, once I started actually looking at real-world journalism, I realized that this wasn't the case very quickly. But at least in principle, what you're supposed to do is try your best to identify what aspects of your article are done for your sake and to suppress them in favor of doing things for the sake of your reader or for the sake of your subject. Things like not wanting to acknowledge that Miller is trans and a VRChat ERPer, I can understand why that might cause Valens personal discomfort to acknowledge. But at the same time, for the benefit of the readers, those are traits that should have been included. Because if you are going to characterize Elijah Miller as anything more than a one-dimensional talking point, it is a necessity, unfortunate as it may be for the writer of the article or other people who share those identity traits, you have to include those things for the sake of providing full context and complete information. A journalist is supposed to write for the benefit of their readers, not for themselves. News publications were not, well, okay. There is a part of me that kind of hangs on to the stereotypical art student idealism, where I want publications to not be a soapbox, to be a medium to to convey information to an audience that needs it. But functionally, that is what they are nowadays. But at least in principle, right? Your publication that pays you to write articles and put them out, those are not supposed to be your personal soapboxes. You are supposed to, at least to some degree, make a good and genuine attempt at leaving your own personal hang-ups at the door if those hang-ups would compromise your ability to inform your audience. And that's not what I see when I read through this article. That's not what I see at all. Quite the opposite. Much like I did an essay on Eddie Rindenbacher back in college history, I admire the guy, but I can't ignore how much of a Soviet Union simp he was. Yeah. That would require ethics. Yeah, that's true, Azahara. That would. I do too, man. Yeah, bit late for that. I agree, Saojun. I agree. It was a dream that was dead before it was taught to us. But I suppose that's why you have multiple people operating in the same sphere, right? Collectively, each of us individually tend to... Sorry. As a collective, our flaws are mostly covered by the individual choices that we make. Right? Or the choices we make as individuals, I should say. But what if your hang-ups are the thing that sets you apart enough to make a living? Well, that depends on what you're writing. And what your stated intentions are, right? If your intentions are to inform, then you are going to have to look... The thing is, right, if you are a skillful journalist, you don't have to be defined by your hang-ups, because the hang-ups will manifest no further than in your selection of what to write about. And again, that is more idealistic than the way that it works in the real world. But at the same time, right? If you rely on your hang-ups to make your journalism distinct, considering the state of modern journalism, you should not be a journalist professionally, if I'm being completely honest. Because the contemporary state of journalism, and this is something that Kirsha has spoken about many times, and funnily enough, Pippa has alluded to in various occasions where something has caught her eye as being especially egregious. The state of contemporary journalism is so disastrously bankrupt of all integrity, curiosity, or good faith argument that realistically, all you would need to do to be distinctive is to hold yourself to a high standard of investigative research and a commitment to presenting as full a picture of the situation as possible, with as little agenda pushing as you can manage. That, by itself, that combination of traits, considering the state of the industry as it exists right now, today, that combination of traits would go miles towards making a piece of journalism stand out from its peers. That is also why investigative journalism has all but died in current day. Because investigative journalism, to actually be recognizable as such, has to exhibit those traits. It is also unfortunate, though, that investigative journalism is the only form of journalism that actually has a real death toll. And so between the actual practitioners getting jailed or killed, or, expelled from their broadcasters when they end up publishing something that hits a bit too close to home for the the people who provide the funding, it's been on the decline for decades now. Well, it was never really that prevalent to begin with. Investigative journalism was always an endangered species, but the extinction of it has been accelerated exponentially over time. That's too much work. Yeah, and also it means that you might have to deal with the discomfort of risking being sued by people who are far richer than you. Always has been. That's kind of sad. Yeah. Like false? Yeah. I think it can be described as they want you to feel rather than think. Yeah, that's a pretty accurate summation of the way that a lot of modern journalism works. Natural selection of journalists? Yeah, except they're selecting against they're selecting against journalists that actually hold up the spirit of the trade. As an industry is going to wither away and die because YouTubers do a better job. See, that's the thing, right? YouTubers are doing journalism more than accredited journalists. Because accredited journalists have for too long been simply paid puppets and megaphones for people whose goals are incomprehensible to those who are speaking on their behalf. It's... I don't know how to put it besides just... I'm frankly baffled that anyone graduates from doing a media degree who still wants to be a legacy media journalist. Or maybe they are a degree of idealistic that I simply cannot comprehend. There are tons of people who graduate media school, by the way, who have the goal of, I'll be the one to change the industry. I'm going to do right by, I'm going to do right by the readers. I won't be sucked into the way that the industry works. But then I try reading some of their articles later on when they've been hired by like a legacy media broadcaster or whatever, and it's just the same. It's just the same. And I don't really blame them for it in the sense that I can understand, right? Yeah, like assuming like you said, everyone needs a paycheck, right? I understand that. But fuck, is it depressing? You journalist, derogatory. Yeah. Sorry, give me a second. I think in the past you didn't have the ability to quote-unquote synchronize political and cultural biases the way you can now with the internet, so accurate journalism was profitable because of that. See, the thing is with journalism is that it's never really had a reputation for being perfectly accurate among people who, shall we say, it's a bit of a phenomenon where everyone universally almost has the impression that journalism used to be better, regardless of how old they are and regardless of when they were born. And to some degree, even I fall into this, right? Where I do think that it's not so much a matter that journalism was objectively more trustworthy a trade prior, or maybe, okay, I think it was objectively better before the internet introduced clickbait journalism as being the meta by which these publications earn money, right? That is You've always had, headline heavy journalism and stuff like that. That was always a thing. But it really accelerated in prevalence once the internet redefined how publications functioned. But everyone has the impression that journalism used to be better when they were younger. And I think that a lot of that is due to more the fact that the older you get, the more data you gain by just existing, and the more you hone those critical thinking skills, the easier it becomes to recognize the things that journalists do in their articles and the way that the news is broadcast that were always there, but simply less noticeable before. Yeah, no, Kieran, I would argue it was a bit better than this. Yeah, again, I don't think it's like a, I don't think it's like a 180, but I don't think it's like no better at all, right? But yeah, I do think that does play, like personal perception probably does play quite a part in that overall impression that journalism was better. It's not the only reason behind that, don't get me wrong, but I do think that it plays a part. It was better quality pre-internet, but you also didn't see both how the sausage is made and what goes on in the sausage. Yeah. Although, I will say, I don't think I've ever had a very positive impression of journalism, because even when I was only a wee lad in high school, I already came out of the gate with a very negative view of journalists. And funnily enough, one of the reasons why I had a very negative view of journalists was because one of the so in New South Wales, right? This is something that a lot of you guys will be able to relate to, because there are similar sort of systems all across the world, right? So essentially, we have a schooling system that is tiered in terms of academic performance in the basic, big end of high school exam that all of us do. Once we get to the last year of high school, right? What we call the HSC, and essentially, different schools get tiered in different ways based off of how their cohort performs in this exam. And every year a ranking comes out that's been distributed by the main body that marks these exams and tallies the results, puts them all in the form of data, where these schools get placed on a rank based off of highest performing cohort to lowest performing cohort. And the schools that perform the highest are referred to over here, at least in New South Wales, as selective schools. It's pretty self-explanatory where the name comes from, right? These are schools that usually have a bit more cachet when it comes to students looking to enroll, and they have a bit more leeway to be picky when it comes to their students, because they have a history of high-performing cohorts. Now, how much of that high performance is attributable to the school itself, and how much is actually attributable to a kind of the third, fourth order effect, where because a school gains the reputation it does, it attracts more students who would have worked hard enough to get there anyways, that's up to debate. But nonetheless, these schools are one of the benefits of these schools that are not written, that are not really attributable to the schools themselves, but part of the overall environment that they foster, is that these are schools that are environments where you have a lot of kids coming together who have a shared goal of studying, of being studious, trying to perform well academically. They all have a shared goal towards working hard academically, right? And for that reason, a lot of these selective schools create environments that are very conducive to people performing well in exams, studying hard, etc., etc., etc. Now, it does come with a few downsides, like disproportionate levels of exam stress, etc. But overall, that is one of the reasons why these schools are held in very high regard by both parents and students. And so, one of the common talking points that a lot of suburban journalists use is, funnily enough, it was something that local newspapers love to harp on about. The local newspapers of the areas where these schools are based. They love to say something like, "Oh, these schools are so classist." Right? Why is it that we have a school in this area that not everyone can go to, that are so exclusive and exclusionary, yada yada yada? And they would try to make it a whole bunch of things. They would try to make it a race thing. They would try to make it a class thing, like an equity thing, etc., etc., etc. And the entire time, the only mechanism of gatekeeping that these schools had for their student populations, their cohorts, was just academic performance. It was just, do you perform well in exams, regardless of which school you are trying to transfer in from, and, you know, regardless of all the other factors involved in, you know, your life, your home life, whatever. And looking at these, you know, these suburban journalists whose kids are probably enrolled in some sort of private school that isn't as high on the ranking or as prestigious because their cohorts don't tend to perform as well. And seeing them essentially entirely dismiss the hard work and studiousness of the students who are a part of these cohorts of these selective schools was something that very early on in my life turned me against the idea of journalism. Because no one gives a fuck that your precious child was only able to make it into a private school that costs 10 times more a year to enroll them in. Like, if you really wanted to get into a selective school, and if your child wants to get into a selective school, they can work towards it. Don't expect them to simply open their gates just because they're in your area, because you want access to the prestige for your child. The prestige doesn't even, you know, the prestige comes from the cohort. The prestige comes from the way that the cohort performs, and that cohort needed to work for that prestige. So just that entitled complaining of, oh, why can't my child be a part of it too, is so... It's food comes from the grocery store levels of entitlement and lack of critical thinking, which was incredibly irritating to me. Even as someone who was only in high school myself, I was only a child, and yet when I read this, I could still identify that there was something wrong with the way that that article was written. And I didn't really understand why something like that would be published in the first place, because it's basically an opinion piece masquerading as a report on inequality. Facebook mom grind set. Yeah, kind of. In that context, it makes sense that they'll start talking shit about talking like that about colleagues. Yeah, it's an activist talking point. Exactly. And that was the thing that annoyed me, right? Because again, if you want your kid to be able to access the prestige, you're probably going to have to get your kid to work for it. All the rest of the other kids did. What makes your kid so special? It's so stupid. Why would the journalist lie to me? I want to push back on selective schools. They can ruin students entering them too, as not every student needs academic guidance. Yeah, no. And when I talk about downsides, absolutely that is a pretty big downside to selective schools, where especially among, you know, first, second generation immigrants, right? There is a lot of pressure to push students towards being able to enroll in a selective school, and a lot of pressure put into their exam performance in a way that can be quite stifling to a kid. And with a selective school, you often do get these environments where, yes, you do foster an environment where everyone understands that they are there to learn, they are there to study, they are there to, you know, try to pick up skills or whatever. But you can also get this kind of, this kind of corrosive competitiveness to it, where students are more distrustful of one another, friendships don't go as deep, or everyone's trying to get a leg up on one another, etc., etc., etc. That is very much something that you see in those schools. But again, I do think that overall the benefits outweigh the negatives, so long as you are talking about students that actually want to be there. Because there have been cases where over the course of my time in high school, and getting to meet more people after graduating high school, going to uni, etc., university, I have come into contact with plenty of people who went to selective schools, who probably who thrived in selective schools results wise, tests wise, in terms of their studies and academics, but socially, psychologically, were hobbled by existing in that environment, even if only for a temporary while. Sorry, even if only for a while, I should say. It turns you into a good worker, not a balanced individual. Yeah. You get turned into another cog. Yeah, it's sad, but selective schools are no exception to that rule in terms of how modern schooling works. I had to go through several, shall we say, character arcs before I was able to reach this state where I was able to sort of evaluate things critically in a more more readily and more instinctively. As a victim of a selective school, I needed a more long-term guidance as the school drained the joy out of any path I wanted to take. Yeah, I can understand that. Burnout is a really common problem in these schools, understandably. They teach you to be a good worker, not a good thinker. Yeah. Yep. Emo chair expert. Did you have a training arc? It's like yeah, my training arc was... my training arc was when I tried to take the skills that I got from my degree and actually try to apply them in a working context. That was my training arc. And then I realized that a lot of what we were taught only sounds good, but doesn't actually get practiced in the real world. I need a set of ideals that don't shatter in... I needed a set of ideals that didn't shatter in 2 days. Yeah, it's always a good thing to stress test your ideals occasionally, Chairman was crazy once. The fish rat from my hometown tried to claim the unhappiness over bad gay RP porn fanfic being required reading. Oh. Yeah, thankfully, when I was still in high school, that was never a concern that we really had. But yeah, no, the state of modern schooling since I've been in high school, which granted was a while ago, it sounds like things have deteriorated quite a bit. You're using your media degree while researching and making PowerPoints? Yeah. This is a far more enjoyable application of my skills, because I can consistently guarantee that I'll be applying it to things that I actually personally care about. And also, any benefit earned is earned by me, rather than handed over to somebody else. He's doing sit-ups with the hospital beds. I wish. For the record, the book 100% existed because the Hispanic author had written to you. Yeah, that's an unfortunate reality. I mean, modern publishing is just... It's slopfest after slopfest, is it not? From what I've seen, at least. I tried... Actually, funny story. I went into... the other day, I was hanging out with an IRL friend, and we walked into a bookstore on a whim, and we took a look around at the at the selection that they had to offer. Right, I grabbed a random book off the shelf that was whose cover was a picture of a woman wearing sunglasses, and the title was something along the lines of Finding the Killer or something like that. And I picked it up expecting it was going to be some sort of like crime thriller or something along those lines. And then I turned it around, read the blurb, and it was just porn. It was just softcore porn. Then I picked up another book, right? This one where it just had the image of a bandana flying in the wind and an aeroplane. And I don't remember what the title was, but I turned it around, and again, it was something about like long lost lovers coming together or whatever, like resisting, something along the lines of, you know, long lost lovers coming together, some sort of love triangle, resisting temptation, like all the urges of the body or whatever. It's just more softcore porn. And then, in a bid to try and find, you know, books from a different section, right? We went over to the lifestyle section of the bookstore, and my friend, who is a medical student, he picked up a book that was seemingly about various neurological disorders and how to deal with them, right? Things like multiple sclerosis, or stroke, or cancer, cancer in the brain, or whatever it was. And we flipped through it because we only read the title of the book, which was, you know, something to do with neurological disorders. And we flipped through the book, and we realized there was one page where we came to that was talking about multiple sclerosis, and the author started recommending ways of dealing with it. And one of the ways that the author recommended of dealing with it was consuming celery smoothies. And we thought, okay, that's kind of funny, right? It's kind of, you know, the kind of thing that you would see in like the sort of organic shop grifters, right? Or organic grift shops or grift stores. So we kind of had a laugh about that, right? Drink celery juice. It'll make your sclerosis better. And then we flipped over to, you know, another random page in the book. And this time it was talking about if I remember correctly, having a stroke, right? How to recover from a stroke. And we went down to the section after that, you know, after it described what it was like to have the condition, etc., the various ways that it can affect your lifestyle. And then we went down to, you know, possible ways that you can deal with it, methods of coping with it, methods of making you feel better. And again, we see celery juice, celery smoothies, right? We recommend consuming celery juice, etc. And then we tried it again. We flipped over to another point in the book, and this time it was talking about recovering from, you know, I think it was, I don't remember the exact name of the neurological condition, but I think it was Parkinson's or something. And yet again, when we flip down to that, I fucking scrolled. When we looked down at that section of the page where it started recommending different, you know, things that you can do to make your condition better, yet again, it suggested celery juice. And then we flip back to the cover of the book. We look down at the author, and the author, right underneath the name of the author, there was a tiny little small printed section that said, "From the author that brought you Life and Celery," or some shit like that. Basically someone who had made an entire book about the benefits of celery. And we didn't even see that when we picked up the book because it was so small compared to the actual title itself. Actually sponsored by Big Celery. It's crazy. And this was something that they had in their lifestyle section, marketed as if it was an actual source of medical advice. There's so much slop in bookstores nowadays, and I don't just mean like smut slop. I mean genuine nonsense being put to paper. It's crazy. Oh, we spent the rest of the time that we were at the bookstore reviewing different cookbooks, because those were the only ones where we could read through it for a reasonable amount of times, probably like, like 5 minutes thereabouts, and not come across something that was blatantly nonsensical. That, and then afterwards we resorted to going over to the children's section to see. Oh, actually, we went to the young adult section first, right? And again, there's so much. How do I say? I feel like the quality of fiction has deteriorated since I was a teenager. Because when we went to the young adult section, all of the novels had titles that were basically some generic recombination or permutation of noun of adjective verb. So something like Throne of the Withered King, or Eye of the Silver Wolf, or Empress of the Burning Kingdom, or something along those lines. It's just the exact same structure over and over and over throughout the entire length of the shelf. And then we went over to the children's section to see if any of the books that we once read as kids were still in publishing. And actually, anyone who's fans of Captain Underpants, Dave Pilkey, the author of that series, he's still making books, which is kind of crazy considering how long it's been since Captain Underpants first came out, like decades ago. But yeah, no, he's still making books, but they're no longer Captain Underpants. I think that series has ended, I think. Now he's moved on to making books about Dogman, which is one of the other like characters that he came up with. But yeah, no, we went through the children's section, and we found quite a few old classics that are apparently still in print, which was quite gratifying to see. It has drifted into American comics like crazy, yeah. Hey yo, remember the people that enter game companies, then you wonder why writing sucks. Yeah, it is a bit of a problem. It is a bit of a problem. Subway Smoothie Core. Funless, thank you for the 5. In 50 years, celery will be extolled as a super cure and we'll all be the fools who are disbelievers. Unironically, celery has been... I remember distinctly, there are at least 3 different points in my life where celery has been touted as a superfood of some sort that will cure cancer and stop you from needing to smoke or some shit. And it's just always been there as like a thing. I was reading Captain Underpants when I was a child. I mean, I feel like Captain Underpants is one of the better series that you can give to children. It's just got that right mix of, silly and... it's got that right mix of, silly and action, right? I remember celery getting pushed in. Yes, eggplant. I remember those as well. Dr. Seuss has a few books that are banned, by the way. What are they banned for? Because I remember hearing about that, but I don't remember what the rationale was behind the ban. Oh, wait, what was the name of that guy who wrote James and the Giant Peach? Oh, fuck, it's on the tip of my tongue. I'm thinking J.K. Rowling for some reason. It's not it. It's not... For some reason, my brain is also turning up Ronald McDonald, even though I know that's not his name. Oh, what was the name of the guy who wrote Fantastic Mr. Fox and James and the Giant Peach? Roald Dahl. Thank you, Krish. Yeah, Roald Dahl. I don't know if they banned Roald Dahl either, because... Roald Dahl as well, sorry. Because when I was looking through that section, I couldn't find any Roald Dahl books. Even though I remember that Roald was he was like a massive deal way back when I was in school. I'm curious, think about the two. I was reading Biggles and Conan when I was a kid. Fair enough. They weren't banned just out of print or something, yeah. Ronald Dahl, yeah. Roald Dahl, yeah. Man. They had depictions of Asians with eyes drawn as lines. Ah, who cares? That's fine. I have yet to meet well, maybe that's because all the Asians I know grew up with real problems in their lives, but I've yet to meet a single person who would look at a drawing and just, would get genuinely offended. Roald Dahl has been posthumously edited. Yeah, I remember that. The only banned Dr. Seuss stuff I can think of is World War II political propaganda cartoons. See, the thing is, I think that it is a mistake to prevent children from coming into contact with World War II propaganda or World War I propaganda. Because it's one thing to teach people ostensibly, quote unquote, how World War II happened. But without actually seeing all of the ways, and actually, one of the things that I find to be quite fascinating about the way that at least I was taught history was whenever high schools teach history, what they end up doing is usually there will be this kind of almost this psychological blank, right? This kind of not psychological, this educational blank where the way that we are taught World War II is as if it happened because of World War One. And the way that World War One happened was because, it came out of nowhere, right? This, randomly there was this attempted political assassination against a guy called Archduke Ferdinand. And then everyone started getting involved in the fighting, and then that was how it happened. And there is a lip service, a superficial acknowledgement of the role that media companies, newspapers, etc., broadcasters played in convincing everyone to enroll, convincing everyone to, to enlist with the army and then go get themselves killed. But there is no attempt to really properly show and do a deep dive into how any of those campaigns, those propaganda campaigns, worked. And you get this really interesting phenomenon where teachers will try to impress upon their students that a big reason behind why so many people were willing to go and get themselves killed for a cause that nobody seemed to understand was because of propaganda and etc. But none of the kids actually had an understanding of what that propaganda looks like and how that propaganda was peddled and the role of the media in peddling that propaganda. And so you get to this stage where, you have these kids graduate high school, they become adults, they go out into the world, and despite the fact that intellectually, conceptually, they are aware of the fact that the media can play a role in agenda setting and trying to convince people to do things that, aren't perhaps in their best interests, like going to fight a war over a cause that the average citizen cannot really understand, as was very much the case with World War One and World War II before, the whole Holocaust thing happened and became mainstream knowledge. You had this situation where people are aware of the fact that the media plays a role in galvanizing people to go die, but they don't apply that to, the media as it exists today, which is quite fascinating to see, especially as someone who has gone through that kind of training. Because once you go through that kind of training, it's kind of impossible to ignore that is a function of media. That if you want people to enlist in the army, to go fight and die in a war for whatever reason, you're going to have to overcome that fundamental self-preservation instinct that tells you that fighting and dying is not a good idea if it can be avoided. And it is a very surreal process. It's a very surreal thought to consider just how effective the media is at convincing people to adopt an opinion or a perspective on something that seems designed from the ground up to be harmful to them. fear is like a built-in safety mechanism. Yeah. And again, fascinating thing with looking at how propaganda works is how it essentially works to nullify that fear response, or how it convinces people to ignore their own fear response. Actually, I'm trying to think of an example. Okay, so when it comes to things like, propaganda, advertising, etc., it is very, very easy to see examples of ad campaigns that are designed to reduce fear around something, right? And I'm talking about, advertising campaigns, propaganda campaigns, in the sense of it being a neutral term that means to dictate public opinion on something. To dictate, define, shape public opinion on something, irrespective of what the cause is or whether it's morally righteous or not, right? Key example of this that a lot of us may even remember from our lifetimes: smoking. The coordinated campaign to stigmatize smoking and knock it out of public consciousness as this thing that should be feared and reviled is truly insane to grasp. Because when you look at the amount of coordinated public messaging that you needed to push in order to... So essentially the way that smoking existed in the public consciousness prior to that was it was built up as this thing that people would do fashionably, right? It was associated with being high class. It was associated with being young, vibrant, young, vibrant, expressive, etc., etc. All these positive connotations that built it up to be a stylish pastime. And then essentially you had this coordinated ad campaign across multiple different countries, multiple different governments across the world, which essentially hammered home the idea that smoking is not only detrimental to your health, but morally reprehensible. Every time you smoke, you are risking not just your own health, but the health of everybody who is forced to exist around you. It became associated with being disgusting, that scent that clings to you, that you can't get rid of, etc., etc., etc. And yeah, I remember in the 60s, apparently smoking was healthy. Yeah, exactly. It was like a complete 180. And so when it comes to giving people examples of public messaging campaigns that are designed to sow fear and create a sense of fear in people and turn around public opinion on something to an extreme degree, I always default to using the anti-smoking campaigns that were mounted by governments around the world as an example of that, because of how influential they were to the way that smoking is now currently perceived. Now, what I do want to clarify that objectively, smoking is incredibly unhealthy, and I do believe that, again, it is probably better for society that it is stigmatized rather than glorified. But at the same time, there is the media autist part of my brain looks at that campaign and kind of shudders at how effective it was. Because I suppose I'm trying to think of a good way of articulating this, but when you start getting a sense of just how easily influenced the overwhelming majority of the population is through a minority of agenda setters that know how to use media to their advantage, it is scary watching things become popular opinion and sentiment in real time because of a few key nudges by a group of media broadcasters or, a cabal of politicians or whatever. it's one of the reasons why I am very apprehensive towards the idea of democracy. And actually, it's one of the reasons why in one of the past streams that I did... Actually, I'm curious. Would you guys be interested in a stream where we just talked through some of the media texts that have, I suppose, shaped the way that I now approach doing what I do? Because one of my favorite books, and I this is gonna make me sound like such a fucking nerd. But one of my favorite books that I've ever read over the course of studying media was Propaganda by Edward Bernays. So, again, for those who don't know or who weren't there when I brought him up the first time I did on stream, Sigmund Freud, psychologist, very famous psychologist who invented the notion of, well, he's famous for theorizing that everyone grows up wanting to fuck the parent of the opposite sex. But aside from that, right, a lot of people don't know that Sigmund Freud had a nephew that would go on to become one of the most influential and famous media academics in the history of the discipline, a man by the name of Edward Bernays. And one of the key contributions that Edward made to the study of media as a discipline, as a social science, was the creation of a book titled Propaganda, where he would explain in great detail how propaganda was commonly viewed as this thing that is in total opposition to democracy, that is completely contrary to the spirit of a democracy where everyone has an equal say and everyone has an equal right to representation, etc., etc., etc. And instead, he would argue that propaganda and democracy are essentially Siamese twins, that you can't have you can't have democracy without propaganda, that propaganda, rather than being this thing that is opposed to democracy, is actually a very natural, organic component of it. Because if you have a democracy where everyone has equal say, how do you guarantee that everyone moves in the same direction? How do you actually get shit done as a government? Well, you have to figure out some way of getting enough people to agree on the same thing at once. And hence, that was the basis for his argument that is the function that propaganda serves in democracy. You cannot have a functional democracy without using propaganda to actually make sure things get done. Now, whether the things getting done are actually things that are in the interests of the people approving them in quotation marks or not, is a separate matter for debate. But again, that was one of the more interesting ideas that I ended up coming across, because reading that and understanding his arguments for why he said that was, I think it was part of the reason why I am now of the, I suppose, the persuasion that I am about whether democracy is actually an effective way of arranging society or not, of structuring society or not. And the funniest thing about the book, and this is kind of cute, after he wrote imagine that you are a media academic, right? Reputable, you have an excellent grasp of your discipline, you have novel ideas to share with the public in the form of a published book that would go on to shape the study of your discipline for decades after you've passed on. You finish writing this book, a very concise summary that deals with the complexities and the counterintuitive nature of the relationship between propaganda and democracy, essentially an almost guidebook on how to manipulate the masses to do and think what you want them to do. And at the end of all of that, you dedicate that book to your wife. Because that's what the guy did. You open up the book, you flip to the first page, you have the acknowledgements and stuff, and then you have dedicated to, my wife or whatever. It's such a cute little gift that that an autist could give to a loved one, right? And in a perverse kind of way, I do think that I think there is a kind of romance to the idea of essentially creating an instruction manual on how to manipulate collective thought and then dedicating that to your wife. I have a feeling that an instruction manual about psychological manipulation en masse may or may not be something that most women would appreciate as a romantic gesture, to be honest. Babe, this political analysis is for you. Yeah, kind of. I thought of you while writing this book about propaganda. This could be us. Yeah. I mean, I suppose it makes sense considering that the guy is related to Sigmund Freud, right? But yeah, no, that family has contributed a lot more towards various different academic disciplines than most people know. Because most people only think about, Freud. Because he's very well known as being, one of the fathers of modern psychology or whatever. But yeah, no, I feel like a lot of people may not know of Edward Bernays. Don't worry, Kirnoth. I'm aware of that. If he wrote it today, he would have dedicated it to Pippa. I do wonder, right, if there is a VTuber fan out there that has written like an academic textbook and then dedicated it to their Oshi. What would you even do with that? What disciplines do you... Because I'm trying to think, like, it would be really... I'm trying to think, right? Because let's say you wrote let's say you wrote an academic textbook about thermodynamics. Which VTuber would you dedicate something like that to? Why does that sound familiar? I know that one of the Star Knights wrote like a full like a full academic style paper on why the Star Knights are a cult. But I am curious, if someone were to unironically make an academic textbook, what would that textbook have to be about? And which VTubers could I envision having a textbook dedicated to them? I think, okay, I'll be honest. I feel like Lumi is the kind of person, at least based off of her, on-screen personality. I feel like Lumi is the kind of person who would appreciate a gesture like writing a textbook about propaganda and then dedicating that to her. I'm trying to think about other... I mean, obviously, right? Surely. I feel like if you wrote a cookbook and you dedicated that to Ember, I feel like that would be like, thematically on point as well. Maybe Jelly as well. If you wrote a book about, if you made like a book about various different ways of cooking meat. There was a mechanical engineer student that placed Gura and Ayame in the acknowledgements to their thesis. Oh shit! Okay, it's already happened, I suppose. Is your big sister on Piva? I mean, history textbook, but dedicated to Clear. I feel like that's too cliche, though. I feel like that's too That's too that's too I feel like that would be a little, yeah, I feel like that would be too cliche. A dissertation about male pregnancy dedicated to Clara. You know, since didn't they manage to create a fetus out of 2 eggs once? If they ever managed to create one out of 2 sperms, then maybe maybe I could see something like that being dedicated to Clara. Cleo is also an Aussie. Oh yeah, no, I knew that. Uo's lab in electronics. That's true. That's true. Yeah, no, apparently they did manage to pull that one off, where they got 2 eggs and they managed to create I believe it is a zygote out of, well, I'm not sure if that's the right term for it, but yeah. The first step to a fetus using those 2. What would you dedicate to? I feel like yeah, no, I'm scared. Understandable. The Mpreg meme is pure Tumblr brain rot. Agreed. OBSEC or general security practices to Philly. Yeah, maybe. Actually, you know what? I think I would, if I were to ever have like I think I can very easily see a textbook on optics being dedicated to Fillion, to be honest, because she does have a tendency to like say things, as evidenced by her recent spat with airport security. She does have a tendency to say things that are quite questionable in hindsight. Well, let's think for the 5. Haven't they managed to make gametes out of stem cells? Oh, apparently, if I remember correctly, Mpreg could be a thing in our lifetime. Well, we'd actually have to get the pregnancy part of Mpreg, right? And I think that's a bit more of an ask than just, you know, than just test tubing your way into a fetus. Optics are autists, yeah. Have there been any studies on neuro versus current LLMs like ChatGPT? You know what? There's a decent chance that there might. There might be. But I haven't looked any of them up. That's actually a pretty interesting idea. I'll look it up after stream to see if there are any. But it wouldn't surprise me if there are. I mean, at this point, Neuro is famous enough to the point where there could definitely be people writing theses on her. I just came back. Why am I seeing the word gammy? Yeah, no. Anatomy textbook dedicated to Tenma. Yeah, no, I could see that. A thesis on autism dedicated to Chibi. Yeah, I can see that. Hold on. Let me switch over to the headboard screen because I need to catch up on some super chats and memberships as well. All right. Oh, by the way, Sourcebird, while you're here, have you been keeping up with? Do you play TCGs by any chance? Hold on. Let me just. Oh, okay. Hold on. Let me pull up the Streamlabs, Stream Elements. A book on. Now, if you got furniture assembly, then yeah. Okay. Nah, you haven't? Ah, okay. I was about to ask about whether you've been keeping up with Oshi Push, the Phase Connect TCG that they're releasing, in the process of releasing. I've been trying to conscript as many people as possible to the cause. No, not V-Card. The polar opposite of V-Card, actually. In the sense of actually being affordable to play, and also designed with gameplay in mind. More of an action game guy? Ah, fair enough. Speaking of feet, have we all seen Kirsch's... Yeah. Yeah. I'm not a feet man myself, but I'm happy for the people who are. Mycology dedicated to Pippa. I think that's a little too stereotypical. I think we can afford to be a bit more novel than that, right? Yeah, an actual game. I might do a chill stream, not during my normal streaming hours, but as a bonus stream at some point during EU hours over the next few weeks to talk about Oshi Push, because I really like the game. I really like the game, like, a lot. It's really cool. It's such a... There are so many parts of Oshi Push that are just like very... you can tell that the people who made it actually put in time to grab these little references to different moments spread across each of the talents, times as a streamer, and they've integrated it into the card game as such in these ways that are so mechanically, they work so well mechanically, but they're also so good thematically. It's just so... I like the game so much, man. I've been looking for more people to play Oshi Push with. Chairman actually playing games other than Dustborn. Man, the things I do for content on this channel. Well, thank you for the 5. Chairman reviewing feature reveals. If I ever do like some sort of subathon or similar, we could have that as a goal. I'll need, actually, I feel like that stream would be more fun if I had someone with me who was actually into feet, because I don't see the appeal. I'll be honest, I don't see the appeal. I feel like a stream, like if you're going to do a review of feet, it would be more fun if you had someone who was an actual foot fetishist and you had someone who was just not into feet. And I can fulfill the latter role, but I need someone to fulfill the former. Chairman, no. Let me just scroll through. Mercurius, thank you for the 5. My contribution to the Chairman Celery Smoothie Fund. Mercurius, thank you for the 2. Romance has infected every genre. Yeah, kind of. Or you have too many people in other genres who get published despite the fact that they don't actually understand the genre and they just substitute it with porn. Kunith, thank you for being a Footstool for 9 months. Holy shit. Won't someone please rid me of this troublesome priest and quat? Belargus, thank you for the super. How do you feel about the overall tendencies of cultural critics to scrutinize any and every piece of content as a socio-political statement? I think it drains the fun out of literally everything. Because it's so stupid. Because here's the thing, right? If people simply did that and they wanted to do a socio-political analysis of something, and that's it, they just wanted to use it as a way of expressing the way that they think or believe, that's fine. I have no problem with that, right? If you just want to use it as a conduit to better express or explore your own political perspectives, your way of seeing the world, that's perfectly fine. Where I take an issue is how that is almost always synonymous with turning it into some sort of partisan call-out or some sort of moral crusade. As in, I'm analyzing this in a socio-political way, and that means that everyone else has to interpret it the same way. Or that this is, this fiction exemplifies why everyone needs to do X, Y, Z, or whatever. That's the thing that I take an issue with. So I can't blame you. I tend to be far more picky with that, since it's better if the feet-related artwork are portrayed in a graceful manner. Yeah. There's a difference between just blatant fetish stuff and, the kind of things that Poopy makes, for example. Master N, thank you for the super. Gotta love the smearing of Hoppians that did. Yeah. Elijah Miller does a disservice to all of the political positions that end up being tied in. The problem is, There are objective reasons to be critical of democracy. It's just that I don't think Elijah Miller touched on any of them. Blade, so she dissing you in a disrespectful, pitiful way, then you reply in the stream. Interesting. Are you referring to the way that Anna referred to Pippa, or what exactly? Do I understand people write so much demented shit that it comes out of left field? It's a lot more fun if you find it in the right piece. Yeah. I'm curious. Why is this in French? Thank you for sending the super. I don't know how to read this, but say animal etre menchant. Quan on latique il say defend and quote. Was that Latin or was that French? Was that actually French or was that Latin? It's been so long since I've done anything in Latin that I've basically it's been so long since I actually bothered trying to read Latin that I've forgotten how it is. OMG French? Is that a Claire Obscure reference? I can translate French if you want. The translation is in the replies. Oh, it's French. Okay. Alright. Hold on, let me scroll. Oh, what's going on here? Scroll. Hold on, let me just reload the page. Okay, there we go. Much better. Vivian Raj, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships with the 5 new footstools. Oh wait, no, I think I read those out. And I think I've caught up with all of the other super chats and memberships. Hold on, let me just see. Okay, that should be all of them. All right, I should be caught up. Mentioned. I'm trying not to say mentioned because I'm almost certain that's not how it's actually pronounced. Knowing French, it's probably like mention or something like that. Let me see. Roald Dahl revision controversy. Ah, okay. Why wouldn't the French just speak in English? That's an excellent question, Gabriel. That's an excellent question. I'm still trying to figure out an answer to it myself all these years later. Menchon equals man? Ah, okay. Hold on. Let me just paste it in the chat. Let me pull it up again and paste it in the chat so that you can translate for me, Umbra. Very much appreciated. Stream elements. The translation is in les replies. Thank you, Freakman. Thank you. Hold on. Let me pull it out. Let me pull it out. And quat. Hon baguette. This is the way that it appears on my screen. I don't know if it is Quan okay, hold on. Let me get rid of the random symbols. Okay, there we go. I can't read that. I don't know how to read that. Sacre bleu. Yeah, me too. Common tropes in media can say a lot about a community and worth interrogating. People have forgotten that individual texts are less informative. Yeah. No one does, overarching big picture level analyses on these kinds of things anymore, though. It's become unfashionable. That was poorly copy pasted? Yes, that was. It defends itself. Ah, okay. I see. Alright, I see. Alright. We might actually finish this stream a little bit early before sauna time. This was a little unplanned. I will be fixing up the slides a little bit before I upload them onto Patreon. So there's that. But as always, thank you for tuning into this stream. I'll be timestamping it later today. So if you're watching the VOD, in a few hours it should be up, so it should make watching it a little bit easier as well. Slides are going to be uploaded once I'm done fixing them. They're going to be uploaded to Patreon. And yeah, next week we have we have a stream that actually it insists upon itself. Ah, okay. Yeah, no, I recognize that. I recognize that. Next week we're going to be delving into a stream topic that's actually quite thematically on point, or it ties in quite well to this week's stream topic, because we're going to be talking about folk devils in indie VTubing. And of course, we can't talk about folk devils in indie VTubing without talking about a certain white foxu woman. So there's that to look forward to. Hold on, my browser is frozen again. Ah, pain. Okay, hold on, give me a second. Give me a second to get it back. Oh no, chat's frozen as well, for fuck's sake. Hold on. Hold tight. Alright, we're back. Wouldn't it be fun if Chairman got his own hit piece from Anna? Well, at that point, I'd be the one performing autofellatio, because then I'd be able to use that for content. Alana gets a mention. Alana gets a mention, yes. It's kind of strange how many Fox VTubers get into hot water for the most, normal of opinions. But in any case, are there any... Okay, hold on. Let me see if there are any streams that are going on at the moment that we can raid into. Holy shit, why is my browser absolutely shitting itself? Oh dear, everything's frozen. Oh no, even the music stopped now. Oh, for fuck's sake. Okay, it's back. Alright. Yeah, autofellatio. For those who are, it is the fancy way of pronouncing, to blow. Oh, Irie's live. Okay. Oh, okay. I almost said she's, followed by the text in the thumbnail, which probably wouldn't have been the best way of phrasing it. But in any case, I'll be sending you guys off to Irie's stream, and I'll be heading over myself as well. As usual, what we talk about on stream stays on stream. I expect all of you to behave and to integrate seamlessly into her chat and her stream. So, I'll lock that in. I'll be sending you guys off in just a second. But in any case, thank you once again for tuning into this stream. Thank you for especially tuning in on such short notice, because I didn't put up a Twitter announcement for this ahead of time. But, yeah. Thank you for tuning into the stream. I look forward to seeing you guys next week. More content to come. We'll be putting out a formal announcement for next week's stream tomorrow. And, yeah. Otsu chair.